Good morning. Let's call the meeting to order for the Deschutes County Board of County Commissioners, Wednesday, October 16th, 2024. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag,
United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we now have at our normal time for citizen input. Rondo, you have your 3 minutes. Thank you for joining us. A housekeeping issue.
Didn't mean to cut you off. Good morning.
Okay.
I am Ron Boozell. I've been a resident of Bend for over half my life. And never really come up here to mention something that was almost a housekeeping concern here in my 3 minutes. Mine is that I really value your time, and it's pretty obvious, I think, to anybody in your position that your time is valuable. The public's time, especially those who come here to see you in person and to sit in the front row, would like to also kind of a little bit of the same consideration when we put our agenda together. I know it's really a difficult job to do, but more specifically in this moment, the last time I was here a week ago, we had a speaker who had a lot of stats and a lot of graphs. And for like 15 minutes, he made the same point over and over and over again. And my brain was just going a little bit too dead at that moment. And I had to excuse myself from the meeting. And I'm hoping that he actually had an eventual point for bringing up those stats. There were drug stats, deaths in our state. And I really appreciate those stats. But once we've made a point, if we have somebody talking like I might be doing now, to move on to the next point. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, you were referring to our epidemiologist who is actually, in case someone in the community missed his point, Oregon was for considerable amount of years at the bottom of the accidental overdose for opioids. And now we are at the top of that list. So I feel like
he made that list made that point very clear very early. And I'm just saying, it's like,
but it's really, Oregon is usually at the wrong end of a lot of things, and we weren't at the wrong end, and now we're at the wrong end at the top. So
whatever the intentional message beyond that point, I would hope that we're really seizing that, even if I don't see what that additional point was. Maybe I'll learn it, but that you guys on the job will actually seize that and move on. And I'm still waiting for that public conversation about Dirt World, and I really appreciate.
That's at 1 today.
Oh, it is
Public hearing at 1 o'clock.
Oh, thank you.
1 o'clock.
Awesome.
You have 3 minutes at 1 o'clock if you want to come back to Dirt World.
If I could ask one more question, I noticed something on the consent agenda. We mentioned the same term a couple of times. I'd just like a definition, if we can, a better definition of what maybe the general public might have of supplemental support or supplement. What was the word? I don't have
Supplemental
budget.
There you go. I'd like to hear that. Thank
And
you.
increasing appropriations, some big words.
Yes, thank you. Yes. That's why I couldn't remember.
Thank you, Rondo.
I wasn't saying that.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the room? Kim, is there anyone online with raised hands this morning? Okay. All right. Let's then go on to our consent agenda. I do believe, let's see, ballots are to be mailed out today. So look in your mailbox in a day or two. And then if you don't get one, I guess by maybe next Monday, I would call Stephen Dennison in our county clerk's office and find out where your ballot is. So hopefully they will get to your home soon. Is there a motion for the consent?
I'll move approval of the consent agenda. Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
So yeah, for further discussion, just transferring Wilson Avenue property back to Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council. So just acknowledging that's where the dollars came from originally. So this is us officially backing out of the Wilson Avenue property, but it's going to J. and used for youth housing.
Yeah, I wanted to express great thanks to Jay Barjay and CYC for finding an alternative use for the Wilson Avenue property, which otherwise would have been just a major $1 million mistake on our part.
Well, I don't believe it was a mistake. I feel that the Larkspur neighborhood clearly has more than their fair share of challenging housing and trying to upgrade their neighborhood. And I know besides JBarJ, M Perfectly had applied for that grant. And I had the privilege of meeting several women who've gone through their program, and that's really an outstanding program. So if you haven't heard of M Perfectly, please look it up. They didn't get this allocation, but hopefully something in the future will come their way.
Well, the mistake on our part was as a body approving a program, and then when neighborhood concerns were expressed, immediately turning tail and running, while at the same time we have ample evidence that our parole and probation division is very capable of designing programs that are effective at rehabilitating people who have been in jail or prison and reducing, preventing them from recidivating.
Okay, this is going to be one of those mornings. Oregon only identifies the third level sex offender, only the third level. If you come from California, every one of them in California is identified on a map with the red dot. So therefore, when according to my notes from last August, we weren't going to be putting, I'd written down something about sex offenders. So honestly, the fact that only the third level in Oregon are identified, I think that's really unfortunate. And I feel like the level 2 should be identified too. There's a lot of families and kids in those neighborhoods. It was right by parks. Didn't make any sense whatsoever to impact that lovely community struggling to bring themselves up anymore. So thank you for those. I know I can't say anything without you reporting on me again.
$8 mistake.
It wasn't actually $1 million mistake. I feel that JBarJ is going to really use this property. And if they wouldn't have, I would have loved to have seen M Perfectly. That's for women. And as you know, as you see out there now, a lot of the homeless are women. So it's challenging times we live in, isn't it, Commissioner Chang?
We were very lucky to have people rescue us from our $1 million mistake.
Okay.
What a lovely way to start out Wednesday. Okay. All right. Did we do the vote? DeBone, Commissioner DeBone?
I vote yes on the consent agenda.
Yes. And Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Great. And the chair votes yes also. Let's now go to item number 6.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Hallie King with Community Development. This item before you is a second reading for the board decision on the Eden Properties remand for a plan amendment zone change. The board conducted first reading of the ordinance on October 2nd, where there were a few edits suggested by legal counsel. And so staff, we've made those edits now discussed, which included some rewording on the ordinance language and comprehensive plan exhibits to clarify that the new ordinance supplements and controls in reference to the prior ordinance. And those are on page 42 and 50 of your packet. Again, and then section 5 of the ordinance was again modified to make clear that the board findings supplement and control over any inconsistent findings in the prior ordinance, which was the original board decision on the plan amendment zone change. We've also included an updated conditions of approval agreement, which the property owner has signed now. The prior first reading, it was unsigned. So that'll get routed with the ordinance for board signature. And just as a reminder, once the board makes a decision, the decision will be final 21 days from today. That's the appeal period, with an effective date 90 days from today. And so again, if there are no questions from the commissioners, staff would recommend a motion or to adopt the second reading of ordinance number 2024-010 by title only.
Well, with that, the changes discussed were presented at the previous, the first reading. So I do support that, and now we'll have both parties signing that agreement at the end. So I will move approval of second reading of ordinance number 2024-010 by title only.
And as chair, I'll second that. Is there any further discussion?
I'll just say again that I do not believe we have adequately addressed the issues raised by Luba on remand, and that moving this forward will just land us right back here again some months down the line.
Okay, calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
No.
And the chair votes yes. Moving and approving ordinance number 2024-010 by title only, and ordinance amending Deschutes County Title 23, the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan to change the comprehensive plan map designation for certain property from agriculture to rural residential exception area, and amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, the Deschutes County zoning map to change the zone from designation for certain property from exclusive farm use to rural residential.
I'll move adoption of ordinance number 2024-010.
And I will second that. Any further discussion? Calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
No.
And the chair votes yes. So yes, approving ordinance number 2024-010. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now to item number 7.
Morning, board.
Good morning, Mr. Doughty.
That Tarek has graciously agreed to provide IT support for me today.
It's just an up and down arrow.
Yeah, it's side to side, actually. We had to rehearse that. Good morning. For the record, Chris Doty, Road Department Director. To my right.
Cody Smith, County Engineer.
To my left.
Tarek Rawlings, Senior Transportation Planner.
And then IT support again. So board, we're here today to present to you resolution 2024-038. This is an update to our system development charge. It's been 11 years since the board has received a resolution updating the SDC. So just to recap. All right. Okay. Thank you, Cody. Just a quick review of what is a system development charge. System development charges are fees assessed to new development to fund capacity adding improvements necessary to accommodate new growth within the county's transportation system. And Deschutes County's utilized SDCs to generate funding for capital projects and improvements since 2008. The process and the reason we're here today, we're kind of at the tail end of a longer process. Of course, that started when the board adopted the transportation system plan in March of this year. Included in that plan was our capital improvement plan, which contained $338 million of projects, of which 189 is to be funded directly by Deschutes County. And a portion of that, again, is the system development charge funding intended to fund portions of projects necessary to accommodate future growth, or basically growth of share of those projects. And SDCs are governed by state statute, ORS 223-297 through 314. We're here to update the existing resolution 2013-030, which in and of itself was an update of the original resolution 2008-059, which established our SDC methodology. So the new resolution again replaces the prior resolution, and we're not proposing any major methodology changes with one tiny exception, and we'll cover that here in a minute. So included in the resolution are exhibits A and B. Exhibit A is the tech memo, which basically performs the analysis, makes the assumptions for growth, and the SEC calculations referenced in the resolution 038. And then exhibit B is the actual capital improvement plan, and that's required to be attached to the resolution as the board receives it. In reviewing the calculations and assumptions, basically what was presented in the tech memo, we had to make some estimates based on growth over the next 20 years. And unlike cities that grow, with defined zoning and other areas, the growth within the county is fairly scattershot and hard to predict. So what we're estimating our growth on is basically the prior 10 years of growth, where we've had some high growth years and some low growth years. So assuming that how we're growing moving forward is going to be pretty close to how it's been over the last decade, at least for the next 20 years. New trips added to the system, and that would result in the addition of 5,680 peak hour trips to the system, where we've got a little over 30,000 today that are generated from growth, from use, I guess, within the unincorporated areas of the county. The new trips added to the system represent about a 15.2% increase in traffic volume over the next 20 years, just again from traffic generated from development within the unincorporated area. And if you apply that to the portions of projects and select categories in the CIP, namely the intersection projects, new road and road modernization projects, and then the ODOT county intersection projects, that amounts to 24 million of the $189 million within the capital program is that 15.2%. Project categories that are included are bridges, because we're just replacing existing bridges, pedestrian projects, which don't have a capacity element to them, and then flat federal land access program projects, which are primarily federally funded. Those project categories are excluded from the system development charge calculation. So within the SDC itself is three individual fees. The first is the improvement fee, and that's the fee designed to capture costs associated with growth share of future projects. So those projects on the capital improvement plan, growth share of those projects. The reimbursement fee is a portion designed to recover costs of capital improvements that have already been constructed, but will be used by future growth. So capacity will be consumed by future growth. We're allowed to have a reimbursement fee component that pays us back for that prior investment. And then the administrative fee, which is just a kind of a fee tacked on to account for staff time and expense associated with the SEC program. The SEC calculation, and if in diving down into the numbers, the improvement fee portion is that 24 million divided by the 5,680 new trips added, projected over the next 20 years, gets us to an amount of $4,234 per peak hour trip. The reimbursement fee, the numerator in that equation basically is the amount of system development charges that have been invested in projects that added capacity over the prior period encapsulated by the resolution. So that amounts to about $7.9 million of SDCs that were spent on capital projects. So capacity that's being paid back. And that amounts to $1,387 per peak hour trip. And then the administrative fee has just been calculated up based on inflation adjustments from the original methodology. This is the methodology that was in place in 2008, slightly modified in 2013. And basically, our numbers applied to that methodology through this process. So when the dust settles, the proposed SDC amounts to $5,691 per PM peak hour trip. That is a very nominal increase of $22 per trip, or less than 0.5%. When you apply Deschutes County's standard trip generation rate for single-family dwellings within the county at 0.81 trips per, that amounts to $4,610. per single family dwelling. That's generally how we compare SDCs amongst different jurisdictions based on how much it costs per home. That's a $17 per trip increase, and again, less than 0.5%. Just looking around us at transportation SDCs and other jurisdictions, we have our 4,610 per single family dwelling, kind of measured up against Bend. It's about half what Bend costs, very comparable to what Redmond and LaPine charge, about half as much as, or twice as much as Sisters in Jefferson County. And then I went ahead and included Washington County on there just for shock value.
That's what I got out of it too.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And I'm sure there's some that are higher than that. But that was pretty easy to look up. Not too many counties do charge system development charges. I think we're maybe one of 7 that do that, just given the fact that, you know, it takes a more sophisticated planning effort and capital program. And many counties just don't have capital programs and don't have the growth that necessitates that, like we do. So within the resolution board, I use track changes to highlight those changes from the prior resolution. The resolution contains updated exhibits A and B. And then the one caveat to I guess you could call it a methodology adjustment. We're proposing to remove the 50% SDC reduction for Cascade Highlands Limited Partnership, basically the Tethro area, just west of Bend, that was included in the prior resolution. For a couple of reasons. One, that area is pretty much built out. And so there's not a lot of really development there that would be paying our SDC. And the second reason is the reason that was included in the original resolution was based on the fact that that development area wanted to hook up to city utility services. The city negotiated to deal with them. Yes, we'll let you hook up to city services, water and sewer, but of course you're going to pay the SDCs. And we'd like you to pay the transportation SDC as well. And so the prior resolution took that into consideration and applied a 50% reduction, given the fact that that development was paying a transportation SDC to the city of Bend. Staff has always contended that what that development negotiated with the city has nothing to do with our capital projects and capital improvements. And so we'd like to go ahead and remove that for both those reasons cited. So with that, board, are there any questions? I know I covered a lot of information here. I will say that, in a typical process, it's pretty common to convene at work groups, stakeholders, and kind of work through SDC adjustments. When we did the back of napkin after the dust settled with the TSP, we knew we were going to be right in the ballpark of where we're at. And so didn't really want, feel the necessity to convene a group of folks when really hardly adjusting this at all, just a few bucks north. And so, again, our SDC is producing about $1 million to $1.5 million in revenue per year for our capital program. That is about, 15% of our annual CIP budget. So we're kind of tracking on that as well. So any questions?
So this is following the TSP kind of 10-year period. You mentioned 2008, 13, and now 2024. Is there any alignment with the state transportation package, or this is our project and then that'll come up in the legislature?
Correct. Yep. I mean, this basically is supported by our project list. Again, this funds, 24 million out of 189 million. So, transportation package is going to be all about funding that remainder piece and, us continuing to have a capital program moving forward.
I was at the Newberry Estates Road District Board meeting last night, and they were asking about Darlene Way specifically, but some of the rural developments and arterials and collectors. And I was able to really explain a lot of the big picture. And I mentioned the CIP, so I'll send this board packet to the interested parties so they can see the big picture here also.
Great, thank you.
Chris, I definitely see the administrative simplicity value of having this standard rate of $56.91 per PM peak hour trip. In reality, as you look out at the landscape, are there developments where essentially the capital improvements that we're going to have to make cost less, and then others where they cost more, based on the the type of development being proposed and where it's being proposed and
Yeah, it's, that's the unique aspect. Having done this similarly for a fast growing city in my past, you're all contained within the city limits and urban growth boundary. Everyone uses the system, on a daily basis practically. In the county, it's definitely a larger, land area. Some projects here will never be driven on by South County residents for a project east of Sisters. And so it's very much just a larger 30,000 foot level type methodology versus something that's a little more granular. When you have sophisticated transportation planning models that estimate trips based on zoning and employment density and what have you. Ours is definitely, just at a higher, elevation in terms of let's get an amount, to help offset some of the costs of these projects. It's going to be, not perfect, but close enough. The biggest example I can point out right now that where we have a bigger development and then immediate project need, the projects that we're designing in Sun River, namely the roundabout configuration there at Venture Lane and South Century. That's collectively going to be a, $6 to $8 million, project investment from the 3-4 roundabouts under design. Well, the food cart lot, I forget the name of it, but they paid a $200,000 SDC. So pretty sizable, probably the biggest SDC that was paid last year, and if not in all of recent memory. And it will be directly invested right out their front door. So that's a good example of, I'm paying a lot, but I'm getting something out of it.
yeah, it's I've been doing some kind of custom calculation for development by development. That would be a headache.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay. So board, this is a public hearing, required to have a public hearing.
Sorry, real quick, just to clarify something, Commissioner, keep in mind, talking development by development, we're certainly looking development by development at the number of trips they're
Right.
generating. So higher generation is in higher SDC. So
Right.
just to make sure that's clear for everyone.
Yeah. No, I'm following that. There's per peak hour trip is different from place to place and from site to site and from distance to distance. So it makes sense. I don't want to suggest roads and CDD having to do something super complicated.
Yeah. So we're required, of course, this was advertised as a public hearing. We're required to maintain a list of stakeholders who have asked to be placed on our SDC notification list. That list has very few names on it. So we sent them notifications 90 days ago in advance of this hearing, as required by state law. Provided this information for public inspection via website 60 days in advance of the hearing. So that's all prescribed in state law. So again, I don't know if there are folks here to testify one way or the other, but we're required to have the public hearing.
And we'll know we didn't, road department staff, we didn't receive any comments prior to this hearing.
0 comments.
Correct.
Okay.
Again, are hoping it's very nominal and we can.
And it's less than 1%.
$22 is not a major increase.
Typically, agencies are order of magnitude adjustments rather than, fractions of 1%. So, yeah. Open the public hearing.
Okay,
Step back.
so let's open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that is wanting to testify on the transportation system development charge update? Anyone in the room? Okay, anyone online? Any phone calls? No phone calls? No one online? Okay. So I believe then we can close the public hearing and proceed.
All right. So that concludes our presentation. And if the board's so inclined to adopt the resolution at this time, the fee would increase, would go into effect accordingly. And The next
What
point, would,
does accordingly mean?
I believe upon adoption of the resolution.
Okay, is that immediate or is that in 90 days or?
I'm looking at Kim and she's contemplating.
Effective date of this resolution. So it's not a change by ordinance. So obviously it's just a resolution. So it'd be upon approval of the resolution.
Okay,
I'll move approval of resolution number 2024-038, updating the transportation system development charge.
I will second it.
okay, is there any further discussion?
I'll just acknowledge, 2008 was a little bit before my time, but it sure was a community discussion at that time. 2013 update, people were engaged and by not having public testimony today, I know that notification has gone out and there are people following this, that it's a buy-in to the program. The professionalism of the engineering and projects on the ground put us in this spot. So I really appreciate that. And want to thank you, for this effort. And a lot of residents are looking forward to these updates. Obviously, capacity and safety improvements are always so important. So I'm happy to support this.
And I do have a question. In blue is Buckhorn Road off of 126, with the county contributing 1.3 million. I believe the feds are paying for it. Is that right?
Go ahead, Cody.
Buckhorn Road is actually two projects. So
Right.
the first project that will land, which we're anticipating design to start in the next couple of years, is a Federal Lands Access Program project that will be delivered by Western Federal Lands Highway Division, and that goes through the BLM land there north of 126. The second part of that will be a county delivered project that we will initiate design on as soon as the feds start theirs. We anticipate our project will probably be designed quicker and we could get it out to construction sooner. But we do want to line up the design of those two projects, so we're coordinated on those. But it'll actually be two separate projects.
Okay, because I know people, I've heard them drive their car down Buckhorn to go to our wonderful winery, Faith, Hope, and Charity. And it's not a pretty story when you're driving your old, car down that road. So, okay.
Gravel road,
What?
the gravel road.
I know it is. But if you Google and you don't pay attention, you could
Sure.
be driving down Buckhorn and yes, it could use a little help. And, they've had the car shows.
Yeah, it's
So-
definitely one of our higher maintenance gravel roads. So we're looking forward to this project, improving that level of service.
So but the federal project has to come in first.
The federal project needs to kick off so we can coordinate the design of both projects basically simultaneously. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Cody. All right, so
If I could just ask, literally a couple minutes ago, we just moved forward an application for a rezone that would probably likely result in 71 new very large rural residences out Buckhorn Road. Could someone walk me through how you would calculate the SDC for that?
The SEC would be the $4,610 per unit paid at time of either building permit or a certificate of occupancy based on the choice of the customer. The traffic study, if there was one, I guess I'm not super familiar with the timing of things. Go ahead.
The transportation impact analysis done with the zone change doesn't identify Buckhorn Road as providing access to that development. Right now, that development's accessed by Coiner Avenue. There was discussion about secondary access possibly from Buckhorn Road, but I don't believe that anything was firmed up there. I would anticipate more discussion about that as they proceed with their master planning and actual land division applications. But
there's just to go back, so there's an assumption about the peak hour trips connected. You just kind of a standard assumption per household,
Correct.
regardless of, okay.
0.8 to 0.1 trips per unit in the peak hour is the industry standard. We do 0.8 and factor in a lot of second homes in Deschutes County, resort developments that kind of contain a lot of trip making. And so our trip rate's a little bit lower than in an urban area.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you for those comments. Then calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you so much. Okay, Hallie, I think you're back up in front again. Do you want me to read my little sentence first? Okay. This is the time and place set for a hearing regarding file numbers 247-23-000543-PA, 544-ZC concerning a request for a comprehensive plan amendment zone change and urban growth boundary expansion for the Core 3 Public Safety Facility. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Hallie King, Associate Planner with Community Development. I'm going to share my screen. I have a presentation prepared. Okay. So again, today the County Board of Commissioners will take testimony and receive written and oral evidence concerning a quasi-judicial application for approval of a plan amendment, zone change, and UGB expansion affecting 228 acres on the east side of the city of Redmond for the purpose of the Core 3 Public Safety Facility. And the property owner is Deschutes County. I'm going to briefly go over the hearing procedures. Today, staff will explain the hearing format and how to testify, followed by a brief staff report. Then we'll move into public testimony where the applicant will have a chance to present with a 30-minute time limit. Any agencies in attendance will then have 10 minutes. Then those in support, general public will have 3 minutes. Any in opposition will have 3, and anyone neutral to the application will have 3. Then the applicant has the option for a 10-minute rebuttal, followed by any staff closing comments. This is a remote and in-person hearing hybrid format. And so we ask for folks that will be testifying to please state your first and last name and mailing address for the record prior to beginning your testimony. For those joining us in person, there are blue speaker sheets by the doors. Please fill that out and hand it to the board's executive assistant, Brenda, to the left of the dais. Chair Adair will then call each person up to provide testimony. And again, please state your name, first and last, and mailing address. For those joining us remotely, you must be logged into Zoom. Again, we'll ask for folks to use the raise hand feature to communicate you would like to testify, and then the chair will elevate you to be a panelist, and you'll be able to unmute and then provide your testimony. Again, for folks who would like to submit any written testimony today, you can hand it in to staff or send it to my email address listed here on the screen, hallie.king@deschutes.org. Again, we do ask everyone, we want to ensure an orderly and respectful hearing today. I do want to move back over to the script for any commissioner disclosures at this time.
Thank you. Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I'll acknowledge I'm on the Core 3 board, the governing body board, working in partnership with COIC. So I am at the table for this entity, the group of people moving this forward. Is to say it's nothing, no personal. It's just my duty as a commissioner and participation with all the other public safety agencies that are at the table. So I think that's a good disclosure for what I'm doing.
Commissioner Chang?
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
And I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, member of the hearings body based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? Is there anyone with a raised hand online? Okay, no, thank you. As no challenges are presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? Do we have any objections? Don't see any. Okay, seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I'll do a brief staff report. The applicant is here as well, and we'll be doing their presentation. But the property subject to this application includes 228 acres, which is part of a larger, about 1,500 acre property owned by the county. You can see here on the site map, it's directly north of Highway 126 and the Redmond Airport, as well as to the east of the Oasis Village Transitional Housing Center. The 228 acres was the former site of the Redmond Rod and Gun Club, as well as some other landfill areas and sheriff's office training range. And so again, the request is to go from agriculture as the comp plan designation to Redmond urban growth area and exclusive farm use to urban holding, which is essentially a holding zone prior to a city annexing a property. And so ultimately the area will be zoned public facilities under City of Redmond zoning. And this area is also within the urban reserve area adopted in 2005, 2006, which has the highest priority for inclusion into the urban growth boundary.
Hallie, just to clarify on that, is the entire acreage being proposed for rezone today within the urban area reserve, or is part of it in and part of it not?
The entire 228 acres, so the area in blue is entirely within the urban reserve. There is additional area as part of the larger property that's also in the urban reserve. You can see north, that yellow hatching. But that is not part of the zone change UGB expansion. But there is more area in the urban reserve, kind of in a north-south corridor in this part of the county.
That tax lot line to the east, that's a separate tax lot.
So it's part of the subject property, but that sliver is not in the urban reserve area. And so at this time, the applicant is just pursuing the portion within the urban reserve area. And so again, as with other plan amendment zone change applications, the county hearings officer issues a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. The hearing was held on August 8th with a recommendation of approval issued on August 30th. So the next process again is here with the board. Again, we chatted about this on Monday at the work session, but this is a unique application package where the applicant has provided a large application set to both the city of Redmond and the county. And so a lot of that is due to one, there's a joint management agreement with City of Redmond and Deschutes County specific to urban reserve areas and urban growth boundary expansions. And essentially the City Council of Redmond has to also approve UGB expansions. And so they did that. And with that package, they approved the zone change from urban holding to public facilities, as well as a comprehensive plan amendment and the master development plan for this site. So again, they did it all at once, which we don't see often, but certainly it's a a good strategy to show kind of what this site will look like in the future. So again, City of Redmond Planning Commission and City Council had unanimous approval for the set. Regarding public comments, we have not received any when this notice of public hearing went out. We did receive a public comment during the hearings officer proceedings from a property owner on the very north end of the site. General concerns about wells, but overall support for citing this use in this location. And so the hearings officer addressed their comment in their recommendation, and we haven't received any other comments at this time from the public. I want to just remind everyone the record materials for this application are on the project webpage, deschutes.org/core3. And so at the conclusion of today's hearing, the board has a few different options. They could continue the hearing to a date and time certain, close the oral portion of the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain, close the hearing and schedule deliberations for a future date, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. And with that, that concludes my staff report. Happy to answer questions from commissioners before we move into the applicant's presentation.
Are there any questions? Okay.
No questions.
Okay, wonderful. So then let's go to the applicant, and you have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Adair and Commissioners. I'm Scott Aycock. I'm the Community and Economic Development Director at COIC. My address is 1173 Northeast Viking Court here in Bend. I will be providing some information on the project itself, just to give context for this body as well as anybody else attending about what the project is and where we're at. The last few slides will be delivered by our consultant, Jesse Winterraud, who is online, and he's going to give a little more information on the actual applications themselves. Next slide, please. Oh, do I do it? Okay. Well, thanks. So quickly, I'll be explaining why this project is even happening, the need for Core 3, an overview, and then Jesse will be giving you an application summary. I know this body has heard this a lot, but others maybe that are watching have not. So we do not in Central Oregon, or actually Eastern Oregon, have a multi-agency coordination center to respond to emergencies such as wildfires or potentially Cascadia, which will affect the entire state. And on that note, the state needs this facility for that purpose, as well as not just emergency response, but a way to ensure continuity of state governance. So there's a lot of state agencies as well as the governor's office involved in this project. I'll get to that in a moment. And just to emphasize and note that Redmond is, and the Redmond Airport specifically, will be the headquarters, if you will, for FEMA when Cascadia does happen. So that was another reason to consider siting this directly across the highway from the Redmond Airport. Next slide. Oh, that's me again. Sorry.
Tell yourself.
Yeah, it's two of me at least. So we don't have all this. We're growing fast, and we really need not only facilities for training for individual agencies. So when it's not an emergency coordination center, it'd be a public safety training facility with all kinds of different facilities and props and classrooms, et cetera. And one of the nice things is that this facility will offer not only individual agency training, but the way they can train together. So there's a lot of events where it's not just one agency that's going to respond. It's not even just the public safety agencies. It's also agencies like ODOT. They are a part of incident response. So this facility will provide that opportunity for all of them to work on different kinds of scenarios together. And this is the solution, Core 3. That picture there is an image of what it would look like in terms of the built form at full build out. And that is expected to happen in phases over a number of years. I'll get into in a minute into what we're proposing first in terms of development there. Anyway, but even the initial development is supported by close to 30 now local, state, and federal agencies that are working together to make this happen. And both the training side as well as the emergency response side. I already mentioned the rest of that. Here is the list of partners. We organize their work together through a project management team, which is kind of hands-on staff, as well as an executive council, which are more the decision-making folks from these different agencies. Phase 1 for the facility will be all the site prep and utilities we need to do on the site, which includes environmental remediation, the administration/emergency coordination center building, which is also classrooms, the parking lot to serve it all, the fire training tower, the emergency vehicle operator course and a driving skills pad. And that driving skills pad is also a multi-use scenario pad. So those are the items that you see in kind of a dark blue on that map. The balance of the facilities in yellow and lighter blue are later phases. And that you see there, that outline is the 228 acres. To the east of it, you see those 72 acres that are part of the property, but not part of this application or the site at this time. In terms of funding, this body has dedicated,
Scott,
yes.
those 72 acres, do you not ever plan on using them then?
No, we actually are looking at whether or not there are uses that are already contemplated for the facility that could be delivered on even in the current zoning, which is EFU, and if not, is there a case to be made for considering rezoning those 72 acres? Those kind of uses would be open space wildland fire training, as well as some heavy equipment training where you're kind of moving dirt around and operating machinery, but you're not building any vertical structures. So we're looking to see if that's even something we could do without even a rezone. But if not, then potentially the group would pursue a rezone, but that's pretty low priority right now.
Okay, I mean, I just was wondering.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so in terms of the funding and just other kind of key accomplishments, a very significant one that came in early in the process was this body actually dedicating the full 300 acres towards this use. And so that is hugely significant, obviously. We just did an update on the appraisal. Because of that zoning issue, the appraisal came down a bit to 13 million, but we still very much appreciate it. We've received about $1 million in development costs from our partners to date, and the city of Redmond has actually provided $750,000 to construct 21st Street, which we're going to be required to build to serve this facility, but also adjacent projects, including Oasis Village and other houseless services that are planned for the area. We received $9.5 million from the 22 legislative session. We got a small grant from DLCD. We received another $500,000 from Oregon State Fire Marshal. And then we've received a couple, I don't remember the latest term for it, but basically earmarks from the federal government for design and engineering of the Emergency Coordination Center. The timeline, I won't get, since we're limited on time, really this project, the concept goes back to the 80s. It kind of reemerged again in the early 2000s, and we got involved in 2018 when we were asked to set the neutral table and serve as that project manager. We received the land and a bunch of those funding contributions in 22. Been working on land use applications and all that process. Got the agencies to sign an IGA, a joint IGA in 23, and continuing to work on land use, continuing to, we brought on an owner's rep to manage the construction, the design and construction, and we are initiating design engineering imminently. We expect to complete that next year. We'll be constructing 21st Street next year. We are proposing a bill for the 25 session, a core 3 bill to yield more state funding, and then expecting to break ground in 26.
So what are you asking for in 25 then?
The number that I saw was $15.75 million towards this project. We're also, just so you know, in the early phases, which is a little late to get going, but looking at an EPA community change grant, which I know the county's familiar with, to support some elements of this facility, but not all, because it's not a good fit for all of it. So we're looking at that, and we would potentially ask for up to 20 million from the EPA to support this facility as well. So now that's my part. I'll hand it to Jesse if he is online.
Thank you, Scott. This is Jesse Winterroad with Winterbrook Planning at 610 Southwest Alder Street, Portland, Oregon. Yeah, as Scott said, we have been working on this for a while. And I would say the land use element is sort of microcosm of the larger project, because it took quite a bit of coordination with the city, with the county, and working through state regulations to come up with an application package that met the project objectives and all of the applicable regulations. So what we've done so far And I think if we get the slide back up, I'm not sure if we have that slideshow. Can anyone see a slideshow? Okay, here we
You
go.
can.
Can't
All
see
right.
you now.
Can I change this? No, I don't think so.
Are you able to see it, Jesse?
I
the
can see
slide?
it. Yeah, I can see
Okay.
it. Thank you. So what's happened so far, and Ms. King went over this, and I will say thank you to the county staff for being very diligent in this process and working with the city at a level that in some places around the state doesn't really happen, where the cities and the counties don't get along very well. But in this case, both jurisdictions.
Where would that be? No, I'm kidding.
Naming names. No, yeah, there are places where it does not work as well as it does here in Deschutes County and Redmond. In any case, so we crafted this application package. What the city has done so far is approve a comprehensive plan text amendment that sort of enables the project to happen in Redmond, identifying a need for this project there. And then we have several applications that also require the county's approval to enable them. We won't get to annexation, zone change at the city level, or master development plans unless the county co-adopts the urban growth boundary amendment and the comp plan amendment and the zone change at the county level that enable those things. And finally, a city and a county partition have happened, and those were approved. So we went through 2 hearings at the City Planning Commission, City Council hearing, and and everything was consistent with expectations. There were no concerns raised, and it's been going very well. Then the next slide.
Oh, we're not seeing the slides now.
Oh, you're not seeing the slides?
No, thank you. No.
Okay. So can we go to the next slide with county? Thank you. And so so what we're doing now is not as many applications, but critical to the overall project. And we went through state requirements, went through county requirements and city requirements. We went to the hearings officer, and the hearings officer approved or recommended approval for all of our arguments and findings, and considered them to be factually based and consistent with state law and county regulations, which leads us here to the board. And we continue to believe that all of these regulations and our application has been set up consistent with state law and county regulations. Staff has recommended, hearings officers recommended approval, and happy to answer questions about these things. We did have as Ms. King mentioned, a comment, and that was a concern about water supply in a different property. But by connecting this project to city water and utilities, it's actually going to be less of an impact on surrounding properties in terms of water supply and wells. So, and the hearings officer agreed with that analysis. Otherwise, we had a question. Can we go one more slide? Thank you. A question from transportation staff about whether it includes dormitories, and it doesn't. Other than that, we haven't really received any, negative commentary, and I think that is due to, our hard work. It's due to the hard work of the city. It's due to the hard work of the county, and all of the agencies involved, and especially COIC coordinating this whole project. We are working with Sarah. We're contracting with them, architects, and they've done a great job setting up this application for success, especially in the city levels where they need to do a master development plan and all of the elements that put this project together. And so it can all fit moving forward to, hopefully approval. And that's what I have. So if we move to the next slide. Thank you.
So just, I have no further comments, but if there are questions, I don't know if that's allowed at this stage of the hearing, but I'm here to answer any questions.
I don't have any questions about the project.
So really, it's the money that's, yes. And the fact that I guess you didn't really get any money last year significantly. And I remember when you first brought this project to us, you didn't have it totaled and it was $99 million. So what is the total projection for the cost of this project now, if it's all phases are taken care of?
All phases, I honestly would not be able to answer that right now because we haven't done a cost estimation in quite a while and we've had inflation for a few years. But full build out, it's going to be north of 100 million over probably 40 years or so to get there. But that also assumes that keeping in mind that the governance and operation of this facility will not be COIC. And once it is operational, it will be in the plan at the executive council table is to build a new ORS 190 interagency agency that would operate it and that would be its only purpose is to operate this facility. They may make different decisions in the future about actually adding facilities and props and whatnot. So it's very conjectural. But if it were to be fully built out with all the different, like we've got train derailment, aircraft rescue, confined space, trench, there's those, I can't remember the name of it, but those sort of fake community downtowns that you can do different kinds of active shooter and other kinds of scenarios together. They may not build all that stuff. I just don't know. But the first phase, I can speak better to that, is estimated at around 40 million total with a big chunk of that being the site prep and utilities, infrastructure, and environmental remediation. And I'll note that at least the utilities and infrastructure piece isn't only going to benefit Core 3, but all surrounding development in that area and set the community up for future development of that whole east side. Because the public utilities will come through Core 3 and then continue north. 21st Street we'd be extending Evergreen east. So there will be a lot of that cost, is embedded in those broader infrastructure pieces.
Yes. So that's the good news for the immediate community.
Mm-hmm.
Just one question. Did county transportation staff ask about dormitories or lodging because of the airport exclusion zone or restrictions in the flight corridors?
I don't believe that was the nexus. Jesse, do you recall?
I don't think that was the nexus either. I think they just wanted to figure out what the uses were, especially in relation to transportation impacts. If you have a dormitory, that might have a different impact than a temporarily used training facility, right? So, that was the genesis. I think they just wanted to understand the project a little better and make sure that they knew what uses we're proposing.
And just to be clear, that is not a proposed use for this site. Barracks or dorms or whatever you want to call it is not a proposal for the use.
So, I mean, when Cascadia comes, and this site is used for, emergency coordination, there's not really a vision to put people up.
No.
In
I think that'll be interesting. It's a good question because if you think about it, they may be putting 18 to 24-hour shifts. I mean, who knows? I could imagine cots in unused parts of the building or something like that, but there is nothing beyond that, at least at this time, in terms of contemplating how you would care and feed for those people. We've always been assuming that anybody utilizing the facility would be using fairly nearby hotels, things like that. So that's it's not currently scoped that way.
And the people who are, the earthquake refugees who come over the hill, they're not staying at.
That is not contemplated in any way for this site. In fact, you usually want to separate that kind of thing from the interagency piece. We would be looking at warehousing supplies, though, potentially on site. Some of those supplies might end up eventually. Some of those are going to be actually for the agencies themselves to deploy, and some could be for folks seeking services and resources, but we're not planning on providing those on site, at least not at this time.
But Scott, when Sun River went to, I think, level 2 this summer, they had 100 students that they were looking for housing for. And I called all the Redmond motels because there was nothing in Bend, and I only found 4 rooms at that time. So honestly, if Cascadia happens, I think, and that's part of the reason why we're talking about this, I think maybe you need to readjust the plans. There were only 4 rooms in all of Redmond, and I called a whole bunch of hotels.
A mass refugee or casualty type event, would it employ our fairgrounds? Like, so think about that. It really complements each other. Airport, bring in, Army temporary hospital resources, Core 3 manage an incident, and fairgrounds gets adapted right away. So that's why.
But are there showers at the fairgrounds?
Don't know.
Are there showers there? In those bathrooms?
And there's
Little Sisters? I don't
know.
remember.
We've learned a whole bunch about temporary.
I've used those in the summer.
Mobile shower units and things like that.
Yeah,
in the last
it's all
couple of
temporary,
years.
but fairgrounds would be that place for people.
Yeah, I mean, as it has been for fires in the
Yeah,
past.
yeah.
Mhm. I do think, when the stuff hits the fan, if you will, you do what you have to serve people. And so I don't know what'll end up happening, but all we've ever heard is that the fairgrounds is a priority location for that sort of activity.
I do. I believe that campgrounds are an eligible conditional use on EFU zoned land.
Hmm.
So when you were first talking about that little strip of
Hmm.
EFU zone land, that was one of the things that came to mind. But then I was worried that it was too close to the flight paths for the airport. So it's probably not.
I don't think the 72 acres that obviously that other City of Redmond owned chunk that was recently fenced, that is got some pretty heavy limitations. This is adjacent to that, and I don't think there'd be any concern with campground type use outside of whatever permits and land use processes you'd have to follow. But what I mean is from an airport zone perspective. We've actually asked about that around smoke as well, because there would be some wildland fire burning, or in terms of the airport zone, could that pose an issue? There's a separate process for that, so that didn't come up for the airport or FAA. But we weren't even planning on any vertical construction, as I said before, on that area.
Okay, so you've used, how much time is left? Okay,
That's right.
all right, so you've used almost all your time.
The only thing I guess I might add is, and this is more broadly contextual than it relates to land use, but is we do a lot of work at COIC of setting tables where you've got multiple agencies or different kinds of partners, could be nonprofits, private businesses, et cetera, that want to work on something together. Usually, those are really difficult. It's just a hard model to get a lot of commitments to action and tangible engagement. Tangible meaning funding or commitments to actually provide services on site, et cetera. This has been in my 20, quick math, 3 years of working at COIC. I've never seen a group as diverse as this come together as solidly, both again, local, state, federal agencies, with very different missions and mandates. Central Oregon Community College on one hand, Bend PD on another, Oregon State Fire Marshal's office, Governor's office, DHS, I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's OREM, Oregon Resilience
Emergency
Management. All have different roles and missions and probably don't always work together all the time. And they're working together really productively. They have very focused meetings. They are deeply committed, even though some of them don't need some of the stuff that others do need, if you will. So it has been pretty amazing and impressive to see that degree of collaboration, coordination, and support come together. I'll also note we seem to be building a lot of traction with legislators. We've had a few legislator field tours, and they come away every single time they come away really impressed, very complimentary of the project and the thoughtfulness that went into it and is going into it. You know, obviously, I can't guarantee that means they're going to vote for the bill, but we've got really strong momentum with some very key legislators, as well as, of course, our local delegation. So it's been an amazing project to work on. You know, this is not, COIC is not a public safety agency. This is not for COIC. We are simply providing the means and the capacity for all those groups to work together. And it's been pretty incredible and impressive and personally rewarding, frankly, so far to be able to be involved in something like this. So we're very excited to keep going. Like I said, there will be a time, just like much of what we do, where we have worked ourselves out of a job. It's no longer a COIC project. And I'm sure there will be something really important we'll be taking on at that time, because there almost always is. But in the meantime, it's been an amazing project to work on.
So Scott, if you do get that $15,750,000 worth of funding that you're asking for in 2025, then will the first phase be funded?
I don't think we'd be fully funded at that point. We'd probably still have around, I'm just doing mental math really quick, but probably around 10 million more to raise. But that would get us to where we can start. We can really deeply commit to all the site prep, infrastructure, utilities, and then the group will have to make a decision. Do you want to build the emergency vehicle operator course first? Do you want to build the fire training tower first? Do you want to build the ECC/admin building first? So, but we would be in position to begin development of phase one. But I do think we'd have a little bit more fundraising to do. But we would get something, if you will.
All right. So let's see, are there any, as for agencies now, are there any agencies in the room or online? You are allocated 10 minutes to make comments. Kim and Stephen, do we see anyone, any agencies? No. Okay, and there's no agencies in the room for this project. All righty, so are there any parties in the room that care to testify at this time? If you do, you needed to fill out a blue form. Is there anyone online? And there are no phone calls, correct? No phone calls? All right, so Hallie.
Thank you, Chair Adair. At this time, no additional staff closing comments, but if there's any questions from the board, we can certainly answer. And I'll share my screen again to go through next steps, the options for the board today.
Okay, thank you. I should close the public hearing then, before you do that. Should I
I
not? Kim?
support closing the.
Okay,
If that requires a motion or a vote, I'd support that as well.
okay. Do you want a motion?
Depending on what I think Hallie's going to pull up her screen, and if you guys want to
Okay,
close it, leave the written portion open, or if you want to close both the oral and written, I would just specify which one.
okay,
Yeah, so again, options today, obviously you can close the hearing, leave the written record open, close it, schedule deliberations, or close the hearing and commence deliberations today, if you would like.
Yeah, given the very limited input that has come in on this item, I don't see any reason not to close both the oral and written record today.
I support that also. This has been through a hearings officer process in the city of Redmond itself. So this is kind of the third step.
Okay, is your motion then closing the hearing orally and written and continuing either deliberations today or a date in the future? What is the board's preference?
Well, our schedule says, or our agenda says that our next item isn't scheduled to start till 10:30. I think we could probably finish this up in 15 minutes.
So I support that also. So closing the hearing and commence deliberations. I'll make
Okay.
that a motion if you want it to.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So,
Commissioners, just a point, moving into deliberations, sort of the easy button, if you will, for something like this is you could adopt the hearings officer recommendation in full. Or if there are any specific issue areas that you wanted to discuss, staff could certainly come back with, a decision matrix as you've seen in other proceedings and go through those. Or again, like I said, the board and certainly has the option to just adopt the hearings officer recommendation as their decision, if you would like.
I would move to adopt the hearings officer's decision as officer's recommendation as our decision.
I'll second it.
okay, is there any further discussion of that?
So since we got to this point, I want to thank Scott for doing such a great job. We've been in some legislative tours, and now you're doing this land use process, and you really can explain the big picture well right now. So, and we've been side by side for a year or two on this, but thank you very much, Scott. The Core 3 brand is taken off. People around the state know it. They hear about it. They're like, oh yeah, I've heard about that. And that's happened to me a few times in Salem and around the state even. In fact, it came up at our District 2 meeting down in Lakeview, and AOC staff had heard about it. And so it really is starting to, kind of gel as an idea. I think we saw Senator Golden a couple days ago now in Redmond. And, you were showing him the maps, and he's like, what's built out there? It's like, well, it's just a big empty field right now, but we're working through the land use process. So this is that next step, though. This is the paperwork associated with rezoning in the urban reserve area at the perimeter of the city of Redmond. So, it does fit together real well. And then, from the discussions we just had, this is a foundational statewide resource referring Core 3, but getting this land use step completed is another big milestone for the project.
I would just say that one of the most compelling things about this application for me is that this land falls within the urban area reserve, and the city of Redmond has already, in a variety of ways expressed its support and approval for all these changes to move forward. I believe in urban area reserve areas. The city should kind of drive decisions and call the shots because it's their future expansion area. So that is one reason why I would feel strong support for this and feel like we can move quickly.
And of course, I'm really thinking about the funding and the fact that we didn't get any funding last year. I find that just a little bit, I'm hesitant as like, what kind of money are we going to get this year if we didn't get money last year? So maybe you've done a better job of promoting the project to those people that are going to be voting on it, but clearly it's a lot of money.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. Last year, we made a very late decision to pursue funding. It wasn't until maybe late December. And we tried to tie it, as you all know, probably there were very specific goals that were outlined for the legislative session, including houselessness, a few other things. So we tried to tie it to the houseless piece, but the specific ask was for a transportation facility, which was, I believe, the left turn lane on Highway 126. And they said, we're not contemplating that till next session as part of the transportation funding package. So we've had much more lead up, much more prep time, and in a much better position for the full session than that short session. And it aligns better with some of the other goals, including fire after this historic fire season, going into the session. So I'm never a person who says, yeah, we're going to get the funding. I mean, you just never know what's going to happen, but much more optimistic and confident in our position heading into the 25 session than I was heading into the 24 session.
Okay. And we know that ODOT funding is really, yes, it's really challenging now. So I'm glad that we're able to help with 21st Street. So thank you for that. Calling for the vote or not?
We're in the middle of a land use hearing, but I just wanted to respond to that by saying that I think that demonstrating that you are putting the $9.5 million that the legislature already gave you to effective use, strategic use that sets up a next phase of development, I think is a really important thing to emphasize if you want to ask for more money.
Thank you.
Calling for the vote then? I believe Commissioner Chang, you made that a motion,
Yes.
and Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Can I just make one more comment? This is kind of maybe it's a question for community development. This has been a highly unusual land use application hearing. I mean, we heard all about the proposed development that was going to go into a plan amendment and zone change area. In a lot of ways, I found that very refreshing because, we get to hear about the potential value of the use that will result from the plan amendment and zone change that we're approving. I'd be curious to hear from CDD whether other applicants for plan amendments and zone change are allowed to similarly present information about their intended use of the parcel of the property that they're applying for the plan amendment and zone change for during those land use applications.
Yeah, excellent question, Commissioner Chang, and I'll kind of start to answer, and if Will or Anthony wants to add in. I don't think an applicant's precluded from including that information. Just thinking of certain files, there may be risk if someone's going to propose, the full scale development, if the plan amendment zone change doesn't go through, or, I could see there being potential risk and I think perhaps that's why we don't see a full scale development. The applicant wants to, lock in the zone change approval before maybe the specifics of development. But certainly there's code criteria with the zone change, looking at public facilities and utility capabilities. So that's somewhat tied to future development, if that makes sense.
I mean, at the highest level, there is also a tremendous value in the transparency with the public about what is intended for a piece of property in doing that. And I just want to express, again, that I thought that this was a very refreshing take on our plan amendment and zone change hearing proceedings that we haven't seen before.
Commissioners, Anthony Regini, Principal Planner, just to tag on to what Hallie talked about. Again, there's no preclusion for applicants to submit additional information should they wish. I think you're actually seeing this happen a bit more often. You'll recall for Destiny Court, the board was aware of the future subdivision that was potentially going to come before you at some point after the plan amendment zone change. And certainly, I will tell you, in pre-application meetings, I have expressed to applicants, particularly Commissioner Chang, your desire to see development plans. And so I just had a pre-application meeting where they had fairly detailed development plans that they're planning to submit with, in this case, it was a text amendment. So you may see this more often in the future, but again, to Hallie's point, applicants are not precluded, but they're also not required to submit that level of information. Understanding that plans can change during the development process, but you may actually see this more in the future.
Thank you.
So, I mean, this is for discussion. So this process that we just did is public land for public purposes. There's no reason to, try to not share the full vision of what we're doing here. And that is different than a private property, free market system. We're talking about spending $100 million over some horizon, a period of time, and it's still going to be the public money. And it's just a foundational public safety facility we're putting in, but it's very different than, housing, free market, private property rights. So I'm just acknowledging that I'm not leaning towards wanting people to commit to what's going to happen because of the market. The cost of construction, large home, small home, highly efficient, low energy use, water. And those are all variables, but I see a little bit more of a step-by-step process. Is it resource land? Is it not resource land? Could this be used for housing? It is private property. So I'm just for discussion.
I want to express all respect and support for private property rights. And when any of those applicants is considering a use of their lands under the existing zoning and plan classifications, that is entirely their right to keep private. When you are essentially asking for a change in your property rights through a rezone, I believe that the public has a right to know what at least your intention is. Doesn't, something that people present during such a hearing, they wouldn't necessarily be held to it, but at least to understand what people are trying to do and why they essentially need the county to change their property rights and grant them new property rights. I think that that's a level of transparency that is reasonable to ask for.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Commissioners,
Thank you.
Yes.
just
Thank
one
you.
brief process note. So next step will be we'll return to the commissioners with first reading, and we'll get that as soon as possible, coordinating with Brenda for
Okay.
dates. Yeah.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we are now to our next item. I believe it's number 9. The employee benefits renewal.
Good morning. For the record, Jason Bavuso, Interim HR Director, and I'm joined by Trygve Bolkin, Benefits HR Analyst. And as we're coming to you today with some information and recommendations related to our employee benefits renewal for the 2025 plan year. Just a moment to speak to process here. We prepare each year for our renewal by meeting with the county's legal team, our benefits consultant, and our third-party administrator to review proposed changes to our plan each year. Those changes typically relate to legislative requirements, industry standards, new offerings in the industry, and benchmarking against comparable plans, and then related cost impacts and impact on the healthcare needs of our employees. As we engage in that process, our guiding lights are to consider changes that have proven effectiveness, are mandated by law, are fiscally responsible and competitive with benchmarking against other health plans. This has been an eventful year related to our health benefits trust, and it be helpful to unpack that briefly and what we're doing right now. At the end of fiscal 24, the Health Benefits Trust Reserve fell below the required contingency level to a level of $4.1 million. And staff collaborated on this topic to develop a plan to restore the Health Benefit Trust reserves to the recommended $8 million level as recommended by policy. That plan has a couple of phases. The first phase of the plan, which we implemented with the fiscal year change, focused on increasing department charges to better align with current costs. Prior to recent increases in fiscal 24 and 25, department charges had been fairly static for a number of years as the county tried to draw down a very generous balance in that trust, causing them to lag increases in benefit plan costs. These increases have contributed positively to the reserves for the Health Benefit Trust and resulting to their rising to a level of $7.1 million as of the end of August. The second phase of the plan focuses on
I'm looking at the August report, and according to the report that we looked at for August 31st of 2024, the actual number was 6.4 million. So I don't know where you're getting the 7 million, because that's what I'm looking at here, unless there was an audited change after that financial report. But, you know, yeah, I brought our financials that we had seen, unless that number has been corrected, updated, or whatever. But according to the internal auditor's report on the Health Benefit Fund, the reserves were insufficient and fell below levels established by county policy. This shortfall has indicated potential financial risk and highlighted the need to ensure that we have sufficient funds to pay claims. So
Cam Sparks, budget manager for the record. I think you will see when Robert brings the financials later this month, ending September. Accounting had a lot of accruals and different items to still record. And so we're now showing that the ending fund balance for fiscal year 24 will be 4.1 million. And we're also projecting, which Jason will speak to as well, that with these changes that we're proposing to the plan, the fiscal year, or excuse me, the ending fund balance at the end of fiscal year 25 will be 8.1 million. So we'll be at that required reserve level. Those changes have not been incorporated into the financial report that you're looking at.
I know, because I'm looking at it, and I've been told by Tom Kuhn that I've got to really watch this fund. It's been decimated. How many millions of dollars did we go through? And therefore, I really feel like we have got to, my husband had a procedure done 2 years ago. He spent a night in ICU. It was a $40,000 procedure. He had something done, I don't know, this year, and the bill was $40,000. And I'm like, he didn't go to the hospital. He didn't spend a night in the ICU. Had just a little procedure done, and it was $40,000. So I know the health benefit cost, because I asked him, I go, what did you have done? That costs the same as spending a night in ICU and having your carotid cleaned out. So I just worry that we are still, we're not being worrisome enough about what we're looking at in the future for health benefit costs and charges to our system. Okay, so thank you for clarifying those numbers, but that's not what we had.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cam.
So moving to, so the first phase of our plan to review involved aligning and correcting benefit charges to departments to put that fund on a better curve toward the required minimum reserves. The second phase of the plan focuses on cost containment options related to plan design and employee cost sharing. And with those cost containment options recommended by our Employee Benefits Advisory Committee, which I'll get to here in a few minutes, as Cam mentioned, finance is forecasting that the Health Benefits Trust will be restored to that $8.1 million level above the required reserves by the end of this fiscal year. And as you alluded to, Commissioner Dare, these these changes in the trust relate to claims costs that have increased at a higher than expected rate, and that is due to medical inflation, a higher number than expected mid-range large dollar claims, and new specialty drugs becoming available on the market, and then a higher utilization of specialty medications as well. So, cost containment. Staff has engaged with the Employee Benefits Advisory Committee, or EBAC, as we refer to them, and originally presented a $2 million cost containment goal and a number of cost containment options to include changes in benefit plan levels, employee cost sharing. EBAC identified cost containment to meet and exceed the $2 million goal. After EBAC communicated those recommendations to staff, the county learned that approximately $800,000 of one of the larger cost containment options that they selected would be realized by the county regardless of whether that cost containment option was selected. And this savings relates to prescription rebating revenue that is conducted by the county's prescription benefits manager prescriptive and realized by the county. To acknowledge that savings, the county reduced EBAC's containment goal by $800,000 correspondingly to a $1.2 million cost containment goal. The county provided this update to EBAC and asked the committee to confirm their prior cost containment selections or correct them as they'd like. And the EBAC made minor modifications and agreed to a recommendation of cost containment exceeding the $1.2 million modified goal. As the savings that the cost containment we'll discuss today in your memo, puts to an estimated cost savings of $1.35 million, or approximately $2.2 million inclusive of that prescription rebating. So EBAC met on October 8th and voted 13-0 in support of the proposed cost containment measures that are detailed in your memo. And as mentioned, that foots to about $1.35 million. I just want to extend our gratitude to EBAC. There was a lot of very thoughtful discussion, a lot of consideration of the options that were presented to them, and a very intentional path forward that balanced cost containment while maximizing plan benefits for employees. And I can summarize those cost containment measures as recommended by EBAC. The first one is a fairly large savings of over $900,000, moving members on prescriptions for therapy, Humira, to an alternative biosimilar. That's a word I learned this week. Therapy and Hadlima. This drug pertains to treatment of symptoms of rheumatoid arthritis and other related.
Crohn's disease, etc. Yes. Okay. So when did Hadlima become available?
Do you know?
It was at the beginning of this year, and we started moving folks at that time. Once it was approved, FDA approved, we started working with our PBM to notify those folks that are on it, currently on that drug, and move them to the new biosimilar.
So we've already been moving people.
Right.
And our costs are still considerable. And you think that we have the capacity, we still have people that are going to save, what is it, $937,000 this year?
Yes.
We do. Because that's almost $1 million right there.
It's a very expensive drug. It averages anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000 a month per participant, and we have several participants on that.
Okay.
The second cost containment option is discontinuing our wellness programming and removing wellness staff from the doc clinic. Those services to employees would revert to and be fulfilled by existing doc staff rather than having dedicated wellness staff. And we would continue to offer wellness through the doc and those staff. The third is to adopt a standard drug formulary offered under our current pharmacy benefits manager prescriptive. The county currently has its own formulary. And so this change would modify eligible medications under the plan. And then the fourth is to amend language under, this is actually, these are the cost containment. There is actually one that adds a small amount of money, $9,000 to our annual costs to add language under the durable medical equipment, include provision of breast pump rentals as a covered service. And then there is some other plan language to align with best practice. That is, these do not impact benefit coverages, and EBAC supports moving forward with those language changes. So those are the cost containment measures that are recommended by EBAC associated with this renewal. There is also a number of administrative actions. Human Resources and Administration have recommended that the county proceed with a number of administrative actions associated with renewal rates and selection of a stop loss carrier. Primarily amongst that is a potential transition to a new stop loss provider in Symetra. The county has received a quote from our current stop loss provider, Sun Life, and also received an additional quote from Symetra that would experience a savings of approximately 7.9%. However, there's a trade-off there that Sun Life typically pursues its own level of some refunds associated with the plan. And if we don't renew with Sun Life, they will cease to continue issuing those refunds. So that really nets to an estimated impact of level costs associated with our stop loss benefits for fiscal year 2025. There is potential that Sun Life will respond with a more competitive bid, in which case staff would shop the one that is the most financially beneficial to the county and pursue that for next year.
Okay, so Jason, according to the internal auditor's report, EBAC was tasked with identifying 2 million in planned design cost containment measures and or increases to the employees for the 2025 year. So you're saying then all the things on the second page of our packet are going to save $800,000 then? Because there's no dollar amount on that page. I mean, the first page of the proposed benefit changes come up to, what is it, 1.3 million? But okay, according to internal auditor, we were supposed to be doing 2 million. So I'm just wondering, that's where the 200,000 is going to come from?
The cost containment savings recommended by EBAC foot to that $1.35 million number. And then the prescription rebating number, $800,000 approximately, is experienced by the county regardless of whether it is not dependent upon cost containment options. However, it influenced one of them, which is the transition of the prescription formulary from county control or from the county to prescriptive, our pharmacy benefits manager. And so that change in formulary initially footed to approximately a $1.2 million savings toward the 2 million. And that was the basis of EBAC's initial recommendation to pursue that. However, the value of that was reduced because the rebating component would be experienced regardless of them pursuing that. So the county and administration reduced their goal accordingly to that $1.2 million number.
Okay, and we decided not to raise employee costs at all.
EBAC was provided a menu of options, which included changes in benefit offerings, changes in cost sharing, and EBAC did make a fairly intentional and thoughtful through their discussions to focus on maintaining affordability of the plans to employees, and making sensible reductions in sensible reductions in changes in coverages.
And I believe someone and within that meeting notified the board that they were going somewhere else and they were now going to be paying $350 a month for their health insurance. And what did we raise it last year?
We split it. It was just straight across the board, $90.
For families, one person, two people?
Yeah,
Yes.
didn't matter. It was just a composite rate for each employee, that whether they were employee only or employee and spouse and 10 kids, it was $90. Last year, we went to 2 tiers where employee only went up to $95. And then an employee with any dependents, which could be just an employee and spouse or employee and family, that went up to $116.
Okay. And we hadn't really raised it for a long time before then, had we? When did we raise it prior to that? To the $90?
Several years.
No, I mean, I've been here since 19 and it's been $90 since then. So when was it raised before that? Does anybody know?
I don't have that available right here.
Okay. I mean, sometimes I'm just still worried that what if we have several really huge cases. I've actually tried to schedule something recently and I've been told that my procedure's been denied. And I went, wow, this is, I don't know. I can just see when you get caught in the system, what happens. But what if, what if medicine keeps having this incredible inflation? Where are we going to be at?
I would say that staff do monitor the Health Benefits Trust on a continual basis, and we're also in touch with.
But Jason, we got down with our adjusting entry. We got down to $1 million as a balance budget item on our statements for last year. We got down to $1 million, and then of course there were some more adjustments and things made. But yeah, monitoring seems to be after the fact, and I would really appreciate getting something a little heavier.
Well, so let me share my point of view. We have made those slight adjustments in the, cost sharing this last fiscal year. These are the covered lives of the Deschutes County plan. We were making headlines for having too much money in the bank a few times over the last 15 years. I mean, these were headlines that were put out there. What I'm saying is that this is healthcare costs changing drastically. Some of the new products on the market that can resolve people's issues, very expensive. So I'm very supportive of the fact that people are getting the healthcare they need, and it's changing fast. And as I say, one of the conclusions I'm seeing is everybody else in the healthcare world, the consumers, this is inflation and they're going to be seeing it either now or in the near future. So I think we're responding to it quicker by having a self-insured program and seeing these numbers. It is breathtaking what we saw here. I mean, it just took our reserves away.
But we knew that, and we got a statement out of the auditors in our prior year's financials, because there were, even St. Charles had 8,000 procedures that they called elective that were not done. So therefore the health costs, and then you think that's going to go away. But honestly, reading the auditor's report, it hasn't really gone away. Medical inflation is way up there.
Well, what I'm seeing though is this package is, with the best information available today, is bringing us back to that $8 million balance in this fiscal year. 15% was scheduled into our budget, 15% was emergency, internal fees. And now these plan changes are dialing back with, the thoughtful review by EBAC to bring us back in. So as I say, I share your, shock and awe about what's happening. And
No, it's not shock and awe. It was clearly, you knew it was going to
dialed
happen.
it back in.
You knew it was going to happen when you saw, if you read anything about healthcare costs and the fact that we raised it, $5, and it's really frightening that
Well, so are you
One thing
proposing
can-
something else or?
well, I just think that we as employees maybe need to pay another $5, just something that we have some skin in the game. I just feel like it is so it's so costly now out there in healthcare. And I just, what would it take to keep, hit our fund again? And we won't make the $8 million that we're our financial responsibility says we should be at.
I mean, let's not forget that in addition to raising the premium copay for employees, we have asked departments to contribute a dramatically larger amount of funding. So I would agree with Commissioner DeBonne that I guess kind of, to put it in historical perspective, we had healthy reserves. We had some years where healthcare costs, expanded dramatically and depleted those reserves. And we're seeing a package of measures to help us raise a lot more revenue, on the backs of both employees and the departments, and contain costs. And I think it's worth trying this package and seeing if it gets us there before we need to consider more drastic measures.
Well, I just feel like we are clearly paying catch up. If last year it went from $1,535 per employee to $2,581, $1,000 in the budget. So somehow we were not paying close enough attention to these costs. And now we're really, I think we're vulnerable. Truly, it's challenging times out there. Have you read the fact that people that are having babies in St. Charles have to be like on a wait list to get in and have their babies? I mean, oh my gosh. Yeah. Things are definitely, seeing people that need to find a doctor, they can't even find a doctor now. Yeah, it's a challenging time for the medical industry, and therefore the costs seem to be following that challenge.
So I support working towards increasing cost sharing in a very professional fashion with the relationship of EBAC. So as I say, I'm not opposed to that, but I wouldn't want to just drop that in here right now after the EBAC recommendations that show us getting back to that $8 million balance. So as I say, the message from me today is let's plan on that in the future. I mean, this is us as employees, me as a human being with healthcare needs as well as anybody. So just setting that tone, this is us as an organization, the families covered, the employees plus families. So as I say, setting that tone of expectation, but as I say, I'm not ready for that today, knowing that there's been a lot of great work that's been put in place to get us to this point for this next plan year. Can you help me with the kind of the timing of this? Because what I'm seeing is this is our very standard process, as in we saw this coming, management, and thanks, Nick, you're in the middle of this, obviously, as our county administrator, but adding that extra 15% after the budget, that was internal, that was big, that's taxpayer dollars. But my point is, when we talk budget and then this is offset by 6 months, where is a good time to, just kind of, I mean, maybe we're doing it right now, set that expectation, for another $5 or whatever we need to do. Where would that happen timing wise? And, I don't know that that's even for you. Maybe that's Nick or budget. Yeah.
As far as increasing the employee cost share,
Yep.
that generally happens during the period. So it would be the beginning of a calendar year, unless we wanted to hold a special open enrollment. That's anytime you increase the cost share to the employee or change significantly the benefits plan, that would necessitate an open enrollment period.
Yeah, which is, we're doing that standard process right now by this proposal to accept these recommendations. And then do we think of that as January 1st? So it's open enrollment in preparation for January 1st. So as I say, it's either we talk about it now during this year's process or next year's process, or put the expectation in place during our budget process as an input to this process next year.
No, I was told this year, when we knew we had a serious shortfall, that it wouldn't be done until like January 1st, because everyone signs up for their new plan.
Just acknowledging.
Yeah, so if we don't do anything now, we will then be waiting another whole year.
Oh, and that's exactly the conclusion I just came to. Yes.
No,
Well,
I mean, I think that's a problem.
yeah. Okay.
Can I ask to look at this even in another way? So, again, to put it all in historical context, there was when I arrived as a commissioner, A, we had substantial reserves, and B, for years, the escalation in county healthcare costs was much smaller than the national, or state, like we were out competing everybody. We did experience some years where maybe it just finally caught up with us, or maybe, we just experienced the inflation that everyone else experienced. But I mean, there were some dramatic increases. So there was a couple of years where we had very dramatic increases, and our expenditures reached a new level. I'd like your perspective on these changes in relation to that new level. Whether can you just describe whether we're assuming we've hit that new level and we're going to kind of have more reasonable in tracking inflation increases, or we have in these numbers we have planned for a potential additional unpredicted jump. That would help me, that would help me feel more or less comfortable with these numbers. And, it gets to the question of, are we being conservative? Are we being, are we preparing for worst case scenario, or are we still just kind of planning for, standard or reasonably acceptable, reasonably predictable increases?
Big old discussion today.
I'm sorry, did that make sense? Kind of what I was asking.
Are we being conservative?
Yeah.
I think I heard two parts to the question. One is some forecast of costs, and then two, how staff is considering that forecasting in our budget management. Is that correct?
What level of risk are we accounting for, and then are we raising the revenue to meet an appropriate level of risk? Commissioner Adair is expressing a lot of concerns about, the risk that we're just going to get hammered next year with unanticipated costs. So
we can get hammered easily.
Yeah, it is a risk that we want to be aware of, and it would be great to have staff talk about this package from that perspective.
So Camp Sparks, budget manager. So our long-term forecast model, we're still currently assuming that our
could you talk closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
That our cost increases will be around 12% for fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26, which is perspective of our consultants fairly conservative, because they have indicated that they are seeing that costs will start stabilizing and will go back down to an 8% for medical, 8.5% for pharmacy. But to be conservative, we're still assuming that 12% in our long-term forecast model.
That's good to know.
Okay, but if you can't go in and have your baby at the hospital when you think you need to, and you're on hold at your house, there's got to be a lot going on in our community regarding healthcare, or when you can't find a doctor. Yeah, there's, 12%. I think that's incredibly low.
So Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer, just adding a little bit to the conversation. I will be coming back, I believe it's Monday, the 21st, and presenting the financials, monthly financials. And obviously one of the fund we will be talking about is the Health Benefits Fund. So we'll provide some updated numbers for that. Happy to talk about it now, but we'll get into more detail then as well. Just historically, just so you know, a little more framing of the Health Benefits Fund, our historical rate increases have been around 5.5%, 6.5% of year over year increase in claims costs. So obviously we know, and we heard a lot during and after COVID with the backed up claims or pent up claims that were coming forward. And then in addition to inflation and the high cost of increasing, really did put a strain on our fund, but also nationally with all funds, whether you're self-insured or whether you go through a carrier, all claims costs increased. And so that is what drew down our funds right away. We have to remember the audit report was done at a point in time and it ended, right? And it did not include the proactive measures that we were taking that occurred after the end of the audit. As you mentioned, just as a reminder, and for those listening, for the last 2 years, we have increased internal costs, as you mentioned, 30% the last 2 years, 29.35, and then 30% this year between the two. So as soon as when we were in December and we were looking at budget assumptions for the next fiscal year, that's where we're like, we still had reserves levels. This was in 22, planning for the next fiscal year. And then claims costs were still they were coming in about on rate what we anticipated. But by the time we actually got to the end of the fiscal year, and again, this happened 2 years in a row, though, claims costs in the second half of the year did come in a lot more. But we were proactive right away, and we increased the cost to the departments to bring that fund back up to the level. And Commissioner Adair, you did mention the $1 million in budget ending fund balance based on budgeting. And that was conservative to make sure we budgeted enough for expenditures. But as you see, we did end up coming in, we'll end up the final numbers, as Cam mentioned, at 4.1 million. So we did come in a lot better than anticipated. And with the new.
Yes, but that's still 4 million short of what we're supposed to have in that fund to be fiscally responsible.
That is correct. And we knew we would not get back to the $8 million in 1 month or in that fiscal year, but it was the plan based on these higher rates. And that's when it wasn't the audit that told us to have $2 million in plan reduction changes. It was us looking at the plan, knowing how much was coming in from financially for department charges, and then how much still we needed to adjust the benefit plan for the financial sustainability of the benefits plan, which is a combination of department premiums, plan benefits, and employee contributions. And so that's why we looked at that and suggested that came up with that $2 million amount for the financial sustainability of the plan going forward. And we've been meeting with the consultants, and based on the best available information we have today, right? We're estimating high at 12%. We hope it's not that high, but that is above industry trends and what they're seeing. And as Cam mentioned, they expect it to be down. So there's no guarantee in what the future holds, but we are, based on all the information available today, that is where we expect the plan to be in the health of the fund.
And Robert and Camp, can you repeat again, when do we expect to, with these changes, with the 12% assumption, when do we expect to get back to 8 million in reserves?
Go ahead.
So if the board were to approve the changes that Jason has outlined today, we would realize 6 months of those savings, and that's incorporated into the long-term financial forecast model. And that is indicating that we will be at $8.1 million ending fund balance by June of 2025, or June 30th, 2025.
And I'm sorry if you thought I meant that the audit said EBAC. No, it said additionally, they were tasked. It doesn't say the audit committee tasked them. They were tasked with identifying 2 million in savings. So yeah, it's, food just jumped up this last month. Food just jumped up. So, and did anybody project that food's going to jump up? No. So yeah, I mean, people are out there struggling, and yeah.
Absolutely.
Inflation is definitely challenging.
Yeah, as we look at the forecast going forward, based on, and we haven't updated the financial numbers. So when you see the financials coming on next Monday, we haven't updated the budget and the projections because it is based on the outcome of this meeting today before we update that. So just a reminder there. But once we get updated numbers, we'll update the projections and the financial reports. But we have worked with our financial forecast model And as Cam mentioned, we hope to get to the $8 million this year, barring any major, outcome. But then in the next years, we do anticipate it to be at 10 million and 11 million, the fund balance in the future years. So we are projecting it to have a healthy reserve again back in the benefits fund. That's what we're planning. But again, if something does change throughout the year, that's where I feel we've been adaptable and nimble in making the adjustments to get it where it can be based on the timelines to get it back into the reserve level that we need.
So I support the fact that we're dialing in expenses right now. This is a great opportunity to adapt the program to the needs. We're able to find those savings, which is a great opportunity, as I say. We're not adding resources from those cost sharing at this point in time, and at some point, we can make that hard decision, but I don't see having to do that today. So, but I want to thank, as I say, the EBAC group and the management that got us to this point. And I mean, thanks for your passion on the issue. I know watching that big reserve drop.
Passion on the issue. Did you read the paragraph in the prior year's audit report? Did you read the internal audit report about this? What's going on? I mean, it's,
We know that, I mean, this is a point in time, as I say, the echoes of COVID, the echoes of delayed medical health care and inflation on top of it. And now we have professionals telling us that, we may be getting to within that $8 million reserve by the end of this fiscal year, which is only 6 months of the program. And then after that, and which Robert just said, we may be getting to 10 and $11 million pretty quick here, which we'll see if that happens.
well, the increases to the departments has been, I know, really stiff for some of them. So,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, really stiff. 30%. Okay. Ooh, yeah.
I mean, it is, the drop in the reserves in these last 2 years has been alarming. And that is why we have the reserves. So, I mean, it is a concern. It is a concern to see the reserve drop like that, but the reserve exists exactly to be able to shock absorb 2 years of 30% cost escalation. The good news is that the reserve has covered us in that time, and now it is time to rebuild that reserve. And I feel pretty good about the assumptions that we're working with, or the assumptions that underlie this plan for raising more revenue and containing costs.
So I'm ready to make a motion to move forward.
There's actually 4 motions.
I was, offered to make the first one to get us started. So move approve a contract, including deductible limits for the 2025 plan year with a stop loss provider who presents the best financial options for the county.
Second.
Any further discussion? None? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Mr. Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And when will we know what contract is signed for this? When will we be told? So we won't be kept in the dark.
So, our current stop loss provider wanted to review September claims, which they're doing right now. So I'm hoping by the end of next week, we will have the final, whatever, rate renewal they want to present. And if it beats Symetra, then we'll stick with them.
Okay. So if it beats, so are they given the number of Symetras put in? No.
Provided that or not, that was something the consultant.
Okay, so we should know by the end of next week then. Okay. So calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne?
We did vote on that one.
We did. Okay, then go to number 2.
Wait, did we all vote on that one?
No, we didn't. Did we?
Did. Yeah.
Okay, because I just,
I remember I voted, but then there was.
I voted. You
I
did. Yeah. Yeah, we voted.
Okay.
okay, so number 2.
Move to approve renewing with Pacific Source, the current third-party administrator for the 2025 plan year.
And I will second it.
Okay. Further discussion, the calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Number 3,
I'll move to approve the staff recommended employee benefit plan changes, number 1 through 5.
Second.
any further discussion? Honestly, I think there should have been more. Our policy is such a golden Cadillac compared to the rest of the world. Even, let's say, an employee that went over to the city of Bend told me he could not believe, he had no idea he had such a golden plan here. And when he went to the city of Bend, he didn't have it anymore. So yeah, we're definitely pretty lucky here. So let's see, Commissioner DeBonne, you made that motion. Calling for the vote,
Yes.
Chang,
Yes.
and I'm going to vote no.
Because you wanted to see more.
Yeah, I feel like we've got to be more careful. Our plan is a golden plan, and maybe, as our treasurer told me, we all have to do our part. Okay, item number 4.
Approve county administrator signature of the final Deschutes County Employee Benefits Health Plan documents and service agreements for the 2025 plan year.
And I will second it.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes no.
Well, thank you for getting through that. As I say, it doesn't bother me too much to know that the future may be $5 more for employees or whatever. And I know that's a big sticking point, but we just need to have that discussion someday. Adding resources, true dollars to this plan has been done internally. Taxpayers are doing it. We're doing it for, positions that are paying all these fees for, other funding sources is what I'm referring to. But it'll be okay if we have to have this discussion someday.
Someday, you mean like a year away?
Well, and
No, it's just like.
the budget committee, we can set the tone on it and then is an input to the next year's process.
Yeah, we did talk about it at our budget committee this year, and you see what EBAC did. So I just feel like for what we're offering to ask a little more from our employees. What happens is then if you have a nightmare and then you really need to change it, then it's really significant. It's kind of like when your utility bill doubles and you go like, why didn't they have little raises? But now they're asking to raise it 22%. So anyway, yeah, interesting.
I would, there's this discussion about having to wait for a year. But we will get real-time data on a monthly basis to help us track the reserve, which I think is a really important thing to monitor. And
We were getting that.
I'd like to ask Robert to kind of call out during your monthly reports, kind of what's going on with that health reserve number.
Yeah, thank you. I will call it out, and I think we do call it out during.
It's already been calling it out. It was been called out.
I think the question may be reframed maybe as, when could we adjust if there was an employee contribution adjustment? Is it just at the annual process? Would we have to open up a new open enrollment if we were to adjust it? So maybe that's where, if that's what you were alluding to, is what would trigger, or when could we trigger an employee increase? Typically it is with the plan year, which starts based on a calendar year.
Mm-hmm.
But if there was something that triggered at midpoint, there may have to be another process for that.
Right. And also, just if we're tracking the reserve carefully, if it is going in the wrong direction, we may not be able to grab the employee copay, the premium copay immediately. But there are other things, there are many levers and knobs that we need to be aware of, and we can
we can do things to avoid some kind of catastrophic failure of our coverage program as needed if the trends are going in the wrong direction. And I just based on what we've heard, I'm gonna hope that they don't. It sounds like you've made some conservative assumptions, and I'll be curious to track that really closely.
Well, and that's a good reminder that, health maintenance is the best investment we can make, everybody individually, blood pressure, weight, just any medical issues, get it dealt with early so it doesn't escalate into something real complicated and expensive.
Oh, yes. Ask me how many blood pressure pieces of equipment we have at our house.
There you go.
None of them really work. And where are they made? They're all made in China. So how do you actually get a blood pressure piece of equipment that's decent?
Mercury in a tube.
No, where do you find one? Really? You don't know. Yeah, I know.
Over at the
I
dock.
brought my husband another one and he said, oh no, I've already got this one. And he bought the deluxe and that didn't really work. So now he's back to the original one. And it's like, oh, please. Yeah. So anyway, Jason, aren't you glad you stepped in as interim? Yes.
Thank you very much.
And I do have a question for you after the fact later. So I hope you're not going to leave today in celebration.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you so much. So now do we have executive session?
Yes, we have 2 items, executive session.
Is this with Christy?
I'll go ahead and read the announcement.
Okay, please read the announcement.
The Deschutes County Board of Commissioners will now convene an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660. The specific authorization for this executive session is ORS 192.660, Section 2E, which allows the board to meet in executive session in order to discuss real property negotiations. Designated staff and the media are allowed to remain during the executive session. However, the media may only report that the board met in executive session and the identified basis for meeting in executive session. Recording devices are not permitted. No final decisions will be made in executive session, and at the conclusion, we will open the doors and invite the audience back to the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we're good? All right, thank you. Coming out of executive session, Christy, will you please proceed as discussed? Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're coming back at 1 for our public hearing. We are now recessing until 1.
Want to do a other item at all or?
No, I want
Okay,
to
well, yeah, okay.
them later.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, going to, what?
I'm ready.
Good. Thank you so much. I saw you out of the corner. Okay, let's reconvene our Deschutes County Board of County Commissioners meeting. And I do want to make a further clarification to my comment this morning that the ballots were mailed to registered voters only today, Wednesday, the 16th. But the clerk's office recommends that if you have not received your ballot by next Wednesday, October 23rd, you should contact the elections office, and that number is 541-388-6567. So I said you should call them on Monday, but the office thought maybe you should give them till Wednesday. So there's the number. Thank you. All right, so let's go now to item number 1. We're doing a public hearing and consideration. Thank you, Eric.
Good afternoon. For the record, Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. Chair, if you could open up the public hearing, please.
Okay, let's open up the public hearing at this time for draft resolutions regarding city and county with land management on property referred to as Juniper Ridge.
Thank you, Chair. Staff has a very short presentation. Today's format, there'll be a short staff presentation and then potential questions from the board. Next, we'll go to the public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Although there are times when commissioners have questions of the person making the public comment. And in those cases, at times, the total time goes over 3 minutes. Also, sometimes people are just wrapping up their testimony. So there's some chair discretion involved there. At the end of public comment, the board may deliberate today, may reach a decision, or may pick to do that at a later date. Just to orient the public, we're talking about the area that is commonly referred to Juniper Ridge. As Commissioner DeBowen pointed out at the last meeting when we talked about this topic, Juniper Ridge is actually a much broader area and includes industrial lands within the city of Bend or the urban growth boundary. But for today's purposes, we're discussing the area in the dark brown triangle and then the city property, which is just northeast of that triangle. And there'll be another slide that actually shows the area a little bit better.
Can I check with our audio people? Do we want to have the YouTube stream still on? Do we want it to be on? Okay, all right. Just checking. Thank you. Do
All right. I could start over in case my mom is watching.
you think she would be?
No, she doesn't.
I'm sure she's got something really more exciting. Okay.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
Here you go.
All right, back to the presentation. Be pulling that up shortly. Just as background, during a joint meeting between the Board of County Commissioners and the City of Bend Council on September 4th, but both governing bodies passed a motion to establish a temporary safe stay area with direction to staff to coordinate legal, land use siting issues, potentially adopting joint orders, a communication and outreach plan, and then scoping of on-site services. So really, this is in response to that. There are 2 different joint resolutions for discussion today, but both of those were born out of the joint meeting on September 4th. The first resolution is Resolution 2024-046 on the 170 acres. The 170 acres includes 48 acres that are owned by the county. That's the current location where we have basic hygiene supports. And there's 122 acres owned by the city of Bend. And all of this area is located outside the city of Bend, so it's under Deschutes County jurisdiction. So joint resolution 2024-046. Here are some very high level items from that joint resolution. On the left, the resolution talks about vehicle camping only. As we know, people currently residing on the property are both in RVs, structures that are not permitted. Some people are in tents, and other people are in vehicles. But this resolution says that there'll be vehicle camping only. The resolution also notes that the area is not for new people to come to. It's just for the people who are existing, in addition to the people that are living on the east side of the railroad tracks. The joint resolution says that the temporary safe stay area is intended to close no later than December 31st, 2026. That coincides with the time constraints of the ARPA funds. And just a note for those three items, in my mind, there could be an enforceability issue or questions related to implementing those items. The joint resolution also calls for sanitary stations. We all know that there are current sanitary stations on the county-owned property, but the joint resolution could lead to a sanitary station or stations on the city-owned property. It calls for housing-focused case management services. There are currently nonprofit agencies that are going out to that area and trying to get people into housing, but this contemplates additional resources and investment for targeted housing-focused case management. Next, it calls for land management strategies to develop rules of conduct, have security patrols, and to help address fire risk. And then the last piece of the joint resolution is the city would close the city-owned property east of the railroad tracks. And that is contemplated to occur at the end of May of 2025. This is the area that is designed for the temporary safe stay area. On this slide, the green triangle is the county-owned property. That's the 48 acres. And then the pink area is the city-owned property. So the pink and the green areas combined would be this temporary safe stay area. Are there any questions about the first resolution before I move to the second? When we discussed the first resolution with the board last week, Commissioner Chang asked for another option and asked staff to draft another resolution for consideration. And so that's where 2024-049 came from. This draft resolution was sent to the city of Bend, but there has not been discussion among staff about this second option with the city of Bend. And really, I tried to keep it simple. What this resolution does is the same things as just the right side of the first resolution. So I'm just going to go back. If you look at the right side, basically the new draft resolution takes out the items in blue that you see on the left side of the screen. And simply has the sanitary stations, the housing focused case management, the land management strategies, and also the city of Bend would also close the east side of the railroad tracks. So the main differences between the resolutions are those items in blue. That concludes staff's presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eric.
I don't have any questions, but people may be curious why I asked for a second resolution, and I would just like to share my logic on that. I want to emphasize that I fully support the city and the county working and investing together to provide, to offer facilities and services that are going to help people in the North Juniper Ridge area move out of homelessness. I do not think that our first draft joint resolution is the right format to accomplish that collaboration. The county is currently providing sanitation, drinking water, security patrols in our 50 acres of the 170 acres without a formal designation of a TSSA or most importantly, I believe, without making an assertion that that use is allowed under House Bill 2006. I worry that making a formal designation and making this assertion that it's an allowable use will generate land use battles for us. At the same time that what we really should be focusing on is ramping up the housing-focused case management services described and doing the fire risk reduction work described. So I am worried that fighting about land use and siting will distract us from providing the facilities and services that we all are interested in providing to help really address homelessness. I just wanted to share that.
Mr. DeBonne, did you have anything? No. Okay. All right. Thanks, Eric. I think it'd be appropriate at this time then if we could hear some comments from our audience. If you do want to testify, you do have 3 minutes, and please fill out a blue form. They're over in the corner. So Mayor Melanie Keeler.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Adair and Commissioners DeBonne and Chang. Just wanted to follow up on the letter that we put in the record. As Mr. Krupp told you all, we received the alternate resolution as part of the agenda packet, so really staff has not had time to talk to your staff about it, but had enough time to take a look and compare to the resolution that staff has been coordinating with county staff on, and firmly believe that the 4-6 resolution is reflective of our agreement that we made at the joint meeting and really sets out a path for us to try to achieve those goals. I can understand and am sympathetic to Commissioner Chang's concerns about land use battles, but I think what our community needs from us here is some forward movement and some action. And if we run into those, we are going to jointly be helping each other defend this decision and move forward to find a solution if there is an issue there. But I think just on its face, the resolution 4-6 includes a lot more information and obligation from both the county and city, and describes how we're going to work on an IGA and how we're going to work together to get the funding streams together, and that we're going to increase our services, and so is the county, in conjunction with the city closing the east side. The new resolution, unfortunately, I think doesn't have enough detail about that. And it does obligate the city to clear the east side, but it is not clear enough about the area that we're going to be having people go to or stay at on both of our property on that west side of the tracks. So happy to answer any questions. Our team is here to answer any questions that you have at any time. But we do urge you to move forward with the 046 resolution today. It's on our city council meeting agenda tonight. So we would really like to avoid delay and get moving forward with this project. Thanks.
Thank you. I noticed your letter does address that.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Chuck Hemingway. And Linda Muir will be next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chuck Hemingway. I live in the county. I've provided a memorandum for the commissioners and also sent that memorandum to the Bend City Council regarding recommended changes to the joint resolution before both the commissioners and the city. At this point, I would be in opposition to the proposed joint resolution as presently worded, primarily for two reasons. You've got a memo with my suggested changes, but let me say at the outset, it appears that the limitation to only vehicles is related to ORS 195 520, which appears to be based on a reading of Section 6 of HB 2006, that vehicles can be used apparently without regard to the zoning. But I believe that ORS 195 500 can also be used as authority to permit non-vehicular camping in the TSSA, because it is implicit. If people are camping on public property, it's regardless of what is zoned. And that if they're camping there, it's implicit in the way that 195 500 is worded, that there are going to be plans to get them removed, but you got to be doing something while they're still there to make the plans to get them removed. And so I believe it's implicit that this gives authority to allow people who are non-vehicular camping to be in the TSSA area, rather than limiting it only to vehicles. I'm also concerned about the enforceability issue with it expiring on 31 December 2026, since that's entirely based on when the funding runs out. People are still going to be there. And there should be some consideration given for making appropriate plans to get them removed in a timely basis, rather than saying after December the 31st, 2026, that it's over. I'm also would like to point out that perhaps concerning the 170 acres, that maybe it's not necessary to consider using all of it. We're all herd animals, whether we're unhoused or housed, and people tend to live in clusters out there at Juniper Ridge or China Hat or wherever, and that perhaps consideration could be given to taking that on and seeing that people are there in clusters. There are going to be some outliers and people that want to live as far away as they can from others, but I believe it's not necessary. The conclusion we have to come to that all the 170 acres have to be used. And finally, I'd like to remind the commissioners that Homemore Network has briefed the commissioners and the CHRO board on the prospects for a managed camp on 5 acres in the southeast corner of the 170-acre tract, and that these plans be taken into consideration for the TSSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hemingway, for reminding us of your 5-acre plan. I appreciate that.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to give comment on this today. I concur with.
You need to identify yourself.
I'm sorry, Linda Muir, Bend resident. I concur with Chuck with regard to the 170 acres. I think it's excessive in the amount of land that's being designated. It was brought up by Commissioner Adair last time that she was not in favor of the 170 acres. I was pretty disappointed to see that the resolution came back with 170 acres, given the size of the population that's out there currently. That in conjunction with, in the resolution, it states that this can only be used for people who are currently residing in Juniper Ridge. If in fact you're going to stick to the 170 or 150 or some large piece of land, I think it's a huge missed opportunity to be able to utilize this land as a triage area for other encampment areas that we have in the counties, and primarily China Hat. We have been told over and over by the U.S. Forest Service that they will not relocate people out of China Hat unless we have a place for them to go. So if you're going to designate a large piece of land in Juniper Ridge area, I think it would be a fantastic opportunity to be able to give the folks who are living unhoused in China Hat the opportunity to go up there and to get services and to get case management and so on. So I would advocate for you considering to change that element of the resolution. I think the tents only designation is complicated for not only the reasons that Chuck stated, but also for the folks who are living in tents out there. If they can't move into the TSSA, they're going to move to China Hat. So in fact, we're going to end up increasing the population of unhoused, or we have a high likelihood of that. People who live in tents are moving into China Hat. I don't know if you're aware of it, but last night there was another fire in China Hat. It was started by a woman who is addicted, and she was met this morning by somebody I know, a homeowner in China Hat. We called the fire in, and she pulled her trailer in. She came from Portland. She was told she could be out there wherever she wanted to be, and she's parked currently right now on a hiking trail, and she started a fire a warming fire last night, which then created a larger fire with brush in the evening. So I think that, you know, we're all in agreement that China Hat is just a ticking time bomb. And if you're going to make this area available in Juniper Ridge, it would be a phenomenal opportunity to triage the people out of China Hat and to give those who really want the help and need the help, an opportunity and a place to go and be safe while they're working on their barriers. And the last thing I want to bring up is the case management. I think it's critical. I think it's imperative that we offer that and that people are, you know, given that opportunity to take advantage of that. But I'd also like to see some coordination between the service providers as well as, you know, county, city staff, whoever's going to be doing all this. Let's have a real coordinated effort of this case management and defined metrics for success. And that would be just my opinion about that. Thank you.
Metrics for success. Yes, that's sounds like an important concept. Yes, Jessica Gamble, thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Gamble. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Homeware Network, a 501c3 in Bend, Oregon that I established after being unhoused at China Hat. I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak today regarding the ongoing deliberations concerning the management of Juniper Ridge. I understand the well-being of our unhoused neighbors is a priority, and while I'm supportive of the initiatives like the temporary safe stay area, I must stress a critical point. We cannot ignore the needs of those who are currently camping on the east side of the railroad tracks. The proposal on the table suggests a movement of unhoused neighbors from the east side to the west side. But here's the catch. Many of these individuals live in immovable structures. These structures are often their homes, holding their belongings and lives together. It is unreasonable and frankly inhumane to ask them to pack up and leave without providing viable alternatives. If we're asking our unhoused neighbors to leave the safety of their current camps, they must have the option to set up their tents and other structures within the temporary safe stay area. This approach would not only provide a safe alternative, but would acknowledge their dignity in current circumstances. For many, tents and RVs are their only options, and without the ability to camp, we risk pushing them into more precarious situations, farther away from necessary resources such as sanitation facilities or case management services. Moreover, if we close areas east of the railroad tracks without facilitating places for these individuals to go, we're merely moving the problem, not solving it. The city's commitment to case management and sanitation services is promising, but let's make sure that these services are accessible to everyone, especially those who have no other place to go. In conclusion, I urge the council and commission to consider amendments that allow unhoused individuals to camp within the TSSA. Let us not merely relocate our unhoused neighbors, but empower them with options that ensure their safety and dignity. Thank you for your attention and for considering the realities faced by those we aim to support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay. Do we have anyone else in the room that cares to testify? Kim, Stephen, is anyone online? No raised hands online. Okay. And we did just receive a letter from Matt Miller that was handed to us. Okay, at 1:08. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brenda. Okay, so I take it Matt is not here. Maybe we can take a second to read that letter. Okay.
If public input is over, I would like to ask community development and county legal a question.
Well, there's Peter and we've got Kim.
Many of the for many of the land use conflicts that we experience at the county, there's an applicant. We are supporting or rejecting an application, and then it goes from there to places like LUBA or the State Court of Appeals. In this case, we're not talking about an application of any kind. So I'm trying to play out in my head what the conflict and what the kind of resolution of that conflict would look like if we move ahead with approving this resolution 1, formally establishing this temporary safe stay or area, and essentially asserting that we are allowed to do this under House Bill 2006. Can county legal and community development, can you either one of you can start, but can either one of you kind of just play out for me, if there's a challenge, where does it go? Who is hearing it? Who has to defend? I'm particularly interested in who has to defend the decision or the land use action.
Yes, I'll certainly, I can respond initially and then look to Kim to provide supplemental remarks. For the record, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. Both resolutions, as presently drafted, in the opinion of the Community Development Department, do not comply with House Bill 2006 ORS 195-520. There is an interpretation that's being offered by the city of Bend that a temporary safe stay area, as articulated in the resolution 2024-046, it allows, it anticipates the use of temporary overnight for the homelessness, those that are using functional, operable vehicles to use the property. There is an expression and a written commitment that other issues pertaining to those that are living in inoperable vehicles, modified vehicles, those that are currently living in tents, that will be addressed at some point in the future with various agreements and with service providers. But if the resolution is signed, and I'll just speak to 046, the county will have, in the opinion of the Community Development Department, you will be recognizing that the form and function of that property is a homeless encampment. And that's an interpretation of state law. And what the county would be doing with the city of Bend's concurrent action tonight, potentially, would be, with that interpretation, you're making a land use decision. And when you make a land use decision, that's a decision that could be challenged by anyone that has concerns about that use, given that ambiguity. It is not dispositive. And the issue that the city has offered, and lead city attorney Mary Winters has acknowledged as much during the joint work session. This is not, has not been definitively determined. So if the board decides to go forward with resolution 2024-046, you're making a land use decision, and that can be appealed directly to the Land Use Board of Appeals. And so this proceeding is not a land use proceeding, but if someone determines or finds that they believe this is a land use decision, that the county, because it's subject to our authority, irrespective of what city council does tonight, this is within our jurisdiction. That decision can be appealed to LUBA, and LUBA, and this is where I mean, I'm not a land use attorney, but my department is a practitioner of state law. And the issues of the interpretation is a temporary safe stay area allowed on exclusive farm use zone property, which is a majority of the property being considered for the TSSA. It's not dispositive, and CDD has real reservations about whether or not that's permissible based on our understanding of ORS 215-283 and the uses that are explicitly identified. Similarly, the use itself, which I talked about, just because one articulates and conceptualizes a use, temporary safe parking, overnight parking for vehicles, doesn't just make it so when the uses at the point you memorialize the resolution and you have people living in tents, people living in other forms of shelter. That's not temporary safe parking in the opinion of the Community Development Department. So that's the first resolution, 2024-046. The same applies to the second resolution that county administration has offered. It's the recognition that one is providing additional case management to a property that is currently functioning as a homeless encampment is not articulated in House Bill 2006. So one could similarly challenge the board's decision on the second resolution that you have made by memorializing this use, that by formally committing resources to this homeless encampment through the act of the resolution, there is vulnerability that one could challenge the legitimacy of having a homeless encampment on property that's zoned exclusive farm use and in the open space and conservation zone. Homeless encampment is not recognized in House Bill 2006. So that's how the community development, since you raised the question, I'm obligated, and I know how sincere the county and the city of Bend and those that are committed to addressing those that are most vulnerable in our community are. But this is a legal issue as it pertains to land use, what's permitted under House Bill 2006, and as it relates to the use as it exists today. So it puts the county in vulnerability as it pertains to a legal challenge to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Other legal vulnerability, and to the extent that I have misstated it, I would look to Kim to further clarify, but that's how we have to
So
respond.
Peter, my question was, who would have to defend it? So you've clarified that if there was an appeal to LUBA,
that's a question
the
for
format
legal
that the challenge would.
To put that in context of what the legal challenge could be, I would refer that to your counsel.
It would be the county if it was the county's resolution that's being questioned.
Regardless of whether the challenge was related to our property or the city's property. I mean, it's not about the land. It's not the landowner who has to defend. It is, in this case, it would be our land use decision. Okay. And then, I mean, just to comment on a couple of things that Peter said, we're providing case management all over the place right now.
But not through the memorialization of a resolution, Commissioner. That's the vulnerability. And I'm over my skis because legal vulnerability and matters that go to LUBA, Community Development Department, doesn't directly participate. That's legal counsel's purview. But this is my experience, this is the first time the Board of County Commissioners is memorializing a commitment to provide resources to an area that under our regulatory responsibilities under the Community Development Department as administrators of the statewide land use program and colleagues that administer the state building and on-site wastewater program. The Community Development Department is on record that Juniper Ridge, as it exists today, is and this is not new, this has been acknowledged, is a active code enforcement violation, not only on the Deschutes County's approximately 50 acres, but also on the 120 acres that's owned by the city of Bend on the east side of the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad. So based on our regular responsibilities, and we don't have the ability to waive those regulations. And so the resolution, we have experiences with land use compatibility statements. We've had land use compatibility statements that have been signed and that have been challenged and have been overturned, where the Community Development Department in the past has made interpretations of county code, and the Land Use Board of Appeals has remanded that action because it was found that the Community Development Department in that example interpreted code. And when you make an interpretation and it's deemed to be land use, you're in a land use proceeding. And this proceeding today is not a land use proceeding. Even though it's been noticed on the website as a public hearing, it's not a land use proceeding, which the board is well aware of.
I want to drill down a little bit on our current issue. So, as you noted, we are currently facing a code compliance issue or action, and the results of that are that we have taken this kind of interim measure of providing a variety of facilities, sanitation, security patrols, et cetera, within our 50 acres. And to the best of my knowledge, the folks who are who filed the original code compliance concerns have seen that as you haven't fixed this yet, but we see you taking proactive steps to resolve the situation in the long term, and as a result have not pushed the code compliance case faster or harder in these last 6 months, 9 months, a year. Is that accurate?
Deschutes County as an organization has chosen to provide services that you've just listed. It remains an active code enforcement case. We have always recognized that when there are efforts to try to remedy the situation, that we are essentially working with ourselves, with property management, in this case, as the property owner, to address these circumstances. I think it's been recognized that this is these are interim approaches to a matter that is complicated, complications including actions by the U.S. Supreme Court, that there were factors that made it very difficult to immediately remedy the situation. So in the opinion of the Community Development Department in a silo, it's still an active code enforcement case that has been deferred, I guess I'm not sure if that's the right word, or has been suspended, knowing that there are legal issues, federal issues around this issue of what it means to provide reasonable accommodations for those that are most vulnerable. But in terms of the broader legality, I mean, you're getting into issues that I would defer, have respectfully asked Kem to respond to. But in the opinion of the Community Development Department, it's still an active case, but we're working with our organization to, resolve the homeless experiences that are there. And with my expectations are that this isn't a permanent use and that it will be, resolved in a manner that's consistent with code enforcement as we work with those in similar situations that are proactively trying to address their code violations.
Yeah, and you don't have to respond to this, but I was just trying to establish that given the legal context that we currently are experiencing, what we have done is a pathway to provide certain kinds of facilities and services that is not blowing up in our face and landing us in LULA so far. That's all I have.
Blowing up. Interesting. So Peter, the property that switching up to Redmond, the property that we want to get from the state that we haven't been able to accomplish in 20 years. Someone the other day said the state actually, if there are homeless people that go to their property, they immediately tell them to leave. Was that really a comment made maybe a week or two ago? Are you aware of that?
Aware of that communication.
Do you remember that, Ken? Yeah, that property the state owns, they clearly go in and say, hey, no, you're not camping here.
Yeah, the deputy director of the Department of State Lands speak to EDCO, Economic Development meeting, and he was on a video from Salem, and he notified that, yeah, they're aggressively keep people off the Department of State Lands property in that eastern Redmond area. And so they don't have a homeless problem on their property.
Isn't that fascinating?
That's our partnership.
Yeah. They aggressively, and how long have we been doing the sanitation, the water, the trash for over a year? Hasn't it been? Didn't it start like maybe in March of the prior year? I don't know. Eric, can you answer that? When did we start? Well, I know we were code enforced, and I know we talked about it, but how long have we been spending like $15,000 a month?
It started the summer of 2023.
Yeah.
There were different services that went on at different time periods. Some at the beginning of summer, some at the midsummer, but it's been since the summer of 2023.
So why did the state think they didn't have to do this? I mean, I find that fascinating that the state kicks people off immediately. And yet we don't have that authority to do that. And then, of course, didn't the legislature pass something that will make it, the Supreme Court ruling, it will make it harder to enforce that in Oregon? Isn't there some bill 3115 or something?
There is a state law that says people can't remove unless they have an alternative location that is equal to or better than, and there's a reasonable standard, objectively reasonable.
Okay, what's that bill? Do you know?
I believe it's 3115, but I'd have to look it up.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of in my head. Objectively reasonable. Okay, though the state doesn't apply that to themselves.
I can't answer for the state of Oregon.
Well, I did know that. Thank you, Commissioner DeBonne, for making that comment aware to us. We have to do something, and clearly clean up. How many fires did we have start in the month of August? It was almost like one a day there for a while. So we definitely have some serious issues. And though I do greatly appreciate the comments from Chuck Hemingway, because I feel like we've got to form something that's actually going to make a difference, where we can actually work with people. And since so many of those people, what is on the city property, are not in RVs, how are they going to, and they're in those, I remember they used to have all these pallet structures out there. I don't know. I'm not sure if I was on county or city property, but I know there's a lot of pallet houses that are, made of wood. So those are not going to fit into our little story. And yet, a month ago, I believe, we met with someone who does temporary tiny homes and they are movable. So if we had to do the funding, we could actually put those on the property for some of those individuals that don't have an RV that's towable. So it's going to be, whatever we do, we've got to do something. It's not working the way it is. And thank goodness it's finally going to rain.
Look, it's raining pretty good outside right now. So yeah, the public hearing's closed on this then?
I believe so. No one else showed up to testify, right? No other people online? Okay, so we will close the public hearing.
So a couple of thoughts. I do support this resolution and the content as presented, 046. One thing that just came up is we are under code enforcement out there on ourselves. That may be a finding, so that'd be a possible proposal. Just the fact that there's a code enforcement case that was opened up on this date on this property. Deschutes County and the city of Bend are both, involved on our own parcels. Because some high level statements now. So let's practice doing something. I mean, this is what this is. This is doing something. We need to be a little bit more deterministic about what's expected where. So obviously this is one of those situations where right at the kind of the knife's edge of, determining if we're going to support doing this, if we have the authority to do this, and, how things are going to respond around us. But I do support proceeding. The governor's office, the legislature, we'll make news or at least get some response by doing this. For our nonprofit folks and community members that want to help, let's work together on this. I mean, please don't think that anything that's said is being disregarded. Another thought kind of following this is how about we set up a system for getting some kind of a report every couple weeks. And I mentioned the terminology of a management structure that we could put together and practice doing something. I've been talking about this for years. It's been hard to get direction going for, the three of us in the same direction, but other elected officials also. Residents are going to be pleased to see that something's happening. So we have to. We were threatened by fires many times from many locations this summer. So as I say, I wouldn't be doing this with not looking for conflict, but let's proceed. So I support the resolution 2024-046 with possible amendment of just a whereas or a finding about our current code enforcement case.
Is that a motion?
It was.
Yeah, if we're ready for that, I'll make a motion supporting resolution 2024-046. And I do support adding a finding or whereas referring to our open code enforcement case.
As I said, I am very passionately in support of co-investing and co-offering these services and facilities, but I don't think that this is the right format for that collaboration to happen. So I won't second that.
And honestly, I would like all of us to look at the findings presented by our testimonies today. And Matt Miller's actually talking about if we could use this for China Hat, which might be really a gift for people in China Hat, the ones that aren't going to be able to go to the Old Mill Inn and Suites. So if we could take these comments today, very well stated, and do a little bit of a revision and bring it back on our agenda. I don't know if we can do it a week from today or not, but I don't want to make a mistake, and I honestly think going to 170 acres is way too many. And what's it going to really amount to? They're going to probably go to the county property, but, and I know there's a neighbor in that neighbor close, it's going to be not particularly enamored with this, but the overall dangers to the rest of the residents in Deschutes County, we have to do something. But I feel like, Chuck's made some really good points. There's a lot of things that can't even get moved, from the east side of the railroad tracks.
So my motion is not going to be seconded.
No, I think we should come back. I think we should really investigate these, and we actually want to do something that's going to work, and the social work has got to be at the top of the chart, because otherwise we've just been putting $15,000 down the drain every month. We've got to get people graduating on to a better place in their life.
If
we're not going to move that resolution today, then can we talk about what would make, essentially edit on the fly a little bit here, that, other people can polish the language, but can we talk about what we would want to see in an alternative resolution? The city of Bend has already specified that and county staff have specified that, this sort of like slapped together, second version isn't quite right. And I've already heard a number of things about that suggest to me improvements that can be made. But I think it would be an excellent use of our time to identify what the resolution should look like in the next little bit.
Okay, you're talking about 49 then? A modifying 49, or are you talking about modifying 46?
Well, I mean, maybe we could just talk about what I don't want, I don't want this to be about land use. I want this to be about the services that are provided. I do think that the current pathway that the county is using on its 50 acres to provide sanitation, drinking water, and security is working. I mean, maybe working isn't the right word, but it's at least not generating a huge amount of land use struggle for us. And what we really need to add the case management, the coordinated case management services. We need to add provisions for co-investing to offer more of that, more of those things across a larger area. To get to the question of non-vehicle structures, within our 50 acres, there are people who are not camping in vehicles right now. And again, I think the pathway we're taking is quote unquote working to allow that. So, to restructure this just to provide the services that we all agree need to be provided to make this kind of system work without the land use implications. That to me sounds like a resolution that would work and would meet our needs. And I don't know exactly what that looks like, and we could conceivably go through, section by section and discuss it, but I'd also be happy to send staff away with direction.
Well, remember, we were paying for security twice a day, and we still had a fire constantly this August. Yeah, I mean, it's
Commissioner,
a mess.
we went through this in Redmond. We have an example of us trying to put in a smaller, more managed facility in Redmond. Is there a possibility we'd want to try a less organized Camp, referring to this resolution in Bend. So then we have an example of both. I mean, this is an opportunity to partner with Bend, bring in the service providers. Obviously, it's not well defined, but tomorrow, if we all pass this, we can say, well, next step is let's refine this and let's move forward. I mean, I'm very distraught thinking that we're going to just put this on the shelf again and think about how we might improve it.
No.
Let's start with something.
No.
This is a starting point.
As Chuck mentioned, he's worked on taking.
Oh, I saw it. I sat down with them. Yeah.
And I think it's a great idea. And
But this is the whole city of Bend, the city council,
They're
100,000 people, all the people that are affected, and we're going to study it. And this would be a starting point, and we could do the next step like you're talking about. I'm just trying to get there today. It looked like the mayor may have wanted to say something. I don't know if you wanted to participate in this conversation.
No, I would like to add like item number 9 before the resolution is add something that we're actually going to do something on 5 acres. What we're taking in Redmond and transferring it down here, even though we're going to get in major trouble. But clearly the work that we have done for since a year ago hasn't accomplished enough. We still have a chop shop. And if you drive up and down the highway, you see the mess. And I saw the dumpsters that had stuff falling out of them yesterday when I drove by again. I mean, and I know that it irritates our taxpayers that follow the rules, and they go by that and they see that and they know that's on county property.
This would be setting up a large funnel to be able to start to improve this situation. I mean, I feel strongly that I would like to get there today and just to document this as a starting point.
A resolution that doesn't assert that this is an allowable use under House Bill 2006 still can let us do all those things. Take meaningful initial steps, provide the services and the facilities to allow people to exit homelessness, because that's really what allows people to exit homelessness, the facilities and services to make it safe and stable for people to get their lives on the right track, not the law enforcement. Law enforcement supports that process, but it is the facilities and services that actually enable people to leave homelessness. So we could very quickly get to an intergovernmental agreement or something that provides all the services that are needed to make this system that's being proposed work.
So is actually the 49 going to put us in any better spot if we modify it? Legal?
County legal and CDD have both expressed concerns with both resolutions.
Both. So it doesn't really matter what we do. We're in a problem.
Yeah, no, I'm not proposing moving 49. I'm proposing let's identify what needs to be modified for us to get to an agreement that at least 2 commissioners would support.
Okay, so let's go through 46 then. Well, A looks okay. So right here it says we have 37 people and the city doesn't know how many people are on their land, apparently. There in the resolution, there's no numbers.
I mean, I would pull it back, pull it up to even one higher level. If we are not talking about a formal designation, we are not talking about making the assertion that this can be done under House Bill 2006. Do we need a resolution? Can we just do an intergovernmental agreement?
I know that there was an intergovernmental agreement draft that was being discussed with the city of Bend, just relating to, I believe, sanitation and security services. And I think that could certainly be expanded potentially to address case management services, but I'll defer to Eric and Nick maybe as far as if that's an option, but that might be a better path forward rather than taking a formal action through a resolution.
Okay, so do we have that?
There is a draft MOU or IGA that talks more about sharing costs for the sanitary services.
Just
That's certainly,
sanitary services, or
I don't recall if it includes security. Chris?
I see Christy shaking her head back there.
Do we have somebody?
Alyssa?
Would you like porta potty?
We got some people that know.
Christy, do you want to come up and talk on the record, please?
And then
Thank you.
And we could also ask City of Bend staff that are most involved with that agreement to come up with
that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. So the agreement that's still in draft form with the city, this goes back several months, it would be basically a cost sharing situation where the city would pay the county. I think we've split it up to maybe like a third of the cost for porta potties, hand washing stations, potable water, and dumpsters. But at that time, the city wasn't interested in doing the security services. So that wasn't part of this draft agreement.
But they never returned it. They didn't sign this agreement?
It's not signed yet, correct?
Is it?
Well,
Our half of this agreement. Please.
Sure. Let's see what's happened to this one.
I assume it was waiting to see what was going to happen with this resolution first before you move forward with.
Well, this resolution only happened in September, and that was only a couple of weeks ago, so.
All right, thank you, Board of Commissioners. Elizabeth Oshel with the City Attorney's Office for the City of Bend. The IGA that I think Eric and Christy were talking about is about the city's contribution towards those services that the county has established for sanitation, hand washing, and garbage. As part of this discussion about the resolution this afternoon, there's been talk about a second IGA. There's an existing funding IGA between the city and the county for use of ARPA funds for various shelter operations. And so that second IGA has been the one that we've been discussing or proposing as the venue for funding for additional case management services. So there would be two. One that exists and is under draft form for the city to contribute to the sanitation services that are out there today, and a second IGA that would be about partnering for those case management services pending an agreement on a path forward.
Okay. In terms of the things that the services we've talked about covering, there's been, sanitation services. That's potentially covered under IGA number 1. There's working together and co-investing in case management. That's potentially covered in IGA number 2. And then we were just talking about security, the security patrols, and assuming that the City of Bend wants to co-invest in that. Which IGA would that go under?
That wasn't in either one, was it?
I don't think that's in either one yet. I think we want to see what the path forward is between the two agencies to figure out what are all of the services that would be covered by different joint funding arrangements.
Mm-hmm. But is there a reason why it couldn't be added to either one of those, or you would prefer one or the other?
I think that depends on what staff want. I think part of our approach was that the first agreement about sanitation services was under negotiation with our real estate department and what they have funds available for. And then the second IGA is what are the ARPA funds or other sources of funds available for. So it's a little bit about what the funding sources are, not necessarily the desire to have the services, but we would want to talk with our governing board and make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
I mean, you could see that this summer, we had the security there twice a day, and it still wasn't enough for, all the little fires that were, traumatizing the community. So it's like, security patrols really seem to make sense. If you see, the police reports that just came out what was it, today or something, that a 20 block area in Bend is having most of the issues.
I mean, I think that that's part of the discussions between our property management staff is what's the right land management approach between our staff and third-party security or otherwise.
Okay.
The only other piece I see in this bulleted list that we haven't discussed already is the fuels reduction. Sorry, could you? Could you stay here for just one more minute? So, fuels reduction work, is that something that could be bundled into one of these two IGAs, or is that even another separate vehicle?
So I think that fuels reduction work is happening on the city's land under the city's control already. And I think the inclusion of that is to say that both bodies agree that that work should continue. I'm not aware that that's on the table for any funding commitment, joint funding commitment, but would be independently pursued by both
So it's
entities.
things that we could independently pursue on our respective land bases. Okay.
Since yours is twice as big as ours, right? Or more.
A lot bigger than yours.
Yes, yes.
You'll go east of the railroad tracks.
Oh, that's true. Over there. Well, fuels reduction, I think that's really critical. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to answer more questions if you have them.
No, thank you, Elizabeth. So when was the IGA first written up then for the cost sharing? Do we know, Eric? The original one for the sanitation, garbage, porta potties, et cetera?
I don't know. I know it's been a while.
Okay. All right. And do we have any idea on what case management services will cost? Anything out there? Yes. That'd be great.
Amy Fraley with the City of Bend.
You give us some costs? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Amy Fraley with the City of Bend. And we estimate that the case management, the first pass, is going to be around $683,000. And then we have separately put out a data management component, hopefully through Neighbor Impact, so we can track those metrics that I know that you've been discussing and that progress towards more permanent housing.
Amy, $683,000 per year, or?
For the ARPA period, excuse me, it is 658,900 is our estimate, and that is just for outreach. And then the new safe parking programs would be 683. And we had put forth a memo that I'm happy to share that had the breakdown of those costs, as well as a list of partners that we're hoping to engage for those services.
So one of them was 658,000?
Yes, for the outreach.
683,000 for the
Yep.
safe park?
New safe parking.
And you're saying that's from 25 through the end of 26?
That is through the ARPA period, yep.
And
12/31, 2026. And then 10,500 for data management. And then another 115,000 to pay for existing safe parking programs located within the City of Bend. And that is only for those programs that are currently managed by Central Oregon Villages and REACH. Those are our existing safe parking. And then we're hoping to see Mountain View Community Development. come to
Aren't you
town.
expanding your safe parking
Yes.
tremendously?
And also the Dean Swift property, which Chuck has been diligently working towards as well, those 6 units that we hope to have out there very quickly that have been supported by the CHRO.
So the 683,000 for safe parking, is that for within the 170 acres, or is that across the city?
That is across the City of Bend. The only thing that we've proposed at the TSSA or the proposed TSSA is that outreach, that intensive case management. And that is built on 4 touches a day, or excuse me, a week. So
Thank you
4
s-
hours,
Thank you so much, because that's really where we're going to make the difference.
4 hours per week. And we anticipate, based on engagement in our shelters currently, that about 60% of those households initially would engage. And these are all rough numbers and estimates. So we're more than happy to come back on a regular basis and provide updates.
That's what I've been hearing, like 60% of the people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is really great if we can make that difference for 60%. So
And sorry, what was the last piece? We talked about case management, safe parking, data management, and there was a fourth
And
thing.
existing safe parking. And so if we're going to fund case management in new safe parking sites, as well as some supports, we want to be sure that our existing partners are also made whole. And they've consistently been providing information that's available on our website, including transitions.
What was your cost estimate for that fourth piece?
For that fourth piece, the existing safe parking for the ARPA period, we're estimating 115,000. And I'd be happy to send that updated memo
That'd be great.
to all
if
of
could do
you
that.
immediately after. Yes.
Thank you so much. So are you saying then perhaps the 658,000 would cover this area?
Yes, 60% of the total.
4 touches.
4 touches per week or 4 hours. So I anticipate there'd have to be some travel time, some paperwork time, but we're hoping that 4 hours would meet what the commissioners and council are looking for.
And
as far as that intensive title.
And then you have actually allocated money for metrics so that we know what's going on.
What we've done is we have very informally asked Neighbor Impact, who's our HMIS lead for the area, if they can help us both frame a case conferencing mechanism similar to the coordinated entry case management process, and then make sure that information and billing isn't duplicated. And so they're really in the best position to do that. And they have informally given us support and said that they could help us figure something out. The city doesn't collect client level information. And so it is absolutely critical to have a partner who knows what they're doing to guide what we're looking for or hoping for.
So Amy, do you have a number for the number of people that are in Juniper in the city? Because our number says we have like 37.
Are those people free?
People, that's people.
Okay.
We have 37 listed on our reports. There were just camps for the city.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I don't have that information in front of me,
Okay.
but I can get it. And when I send the memo, I can certainly send that along as well. I can also just probably turn around to Brooke.
Brooke.
60% is based on. But how many people did we say were out there that would engage with that 60%?
Brooke, do you want to come up, please? Thank you so much.
It's my answer to everything. Brooke might know.
Brooke?
Brooke O'Keefe, shelter coordinator for the city of Bend. The 60% is based on the number of campsites that are within the county and the city property, with the assumption that if a household is engaging, that case management is being provided to everyone in the household during those 4 hours.
So you said county and city.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that was nice of you to add the county in.
Coordinated planning. Looking at some of the other, and these aren't comments that are directed specifically at the city staff. So you can sit there or not if you want. But looking at the draft resolution, I would prefer that we not speak to these questions of, people living in vehicles or not living in vehicles. I would prefer that we not specify intentions about whether this area is only available to people who are currently living at Juniper Ridge or not living at Juniper Ridge. And I feel like the services that we've just talked about in detail, we can make agreements about all of those things with the city through these couple of IGAs. So again, that would be my proposal for how to proceed with this, that we proceed at lightning speed with moving forward with these IGAs, getting solid scopes of work or discussions of services to be provided, and even dollar figures into the IGAs and proceed quickly with implementing those so that everyone can see that we're doing something, that we're really taking action and we're trying to make the situation better.
So that, yes, Mayor?
I just want to, just hearing the discussion here, want to make sure that y'all understand the implication of not approving the resolution today. So we have this resolution on our agenda tonight at City Council. We're prepared, I think, don't know the vote, but I think the majority of the council is prepared to adopt the resolution that's been worked on for weeks by our staff, including your staff expressing concerns, lots of changes being made to make sure that it was in a place that we could support and both bodies could hopefully support. We don't have another meeting for 3 weeks. We are all sitting here with about 45 minutes before our council meeting starting at 3 p.m. today. We're going to have to go. And I think to leave today without taking the positive step towards this resolution and getting things started, as Commissioner DeBonne said, would be a huge mistake. And I want to speak to the resolution saying directly, one of the actions is to develop these IGAs that we are talking about on how we're going to spend, especially the ARPA dollars. The city is estimating, it's not final yet, $250,000 in support of the TSSA, $500,000 in support of cleaning up and closing our side. It doesn't make sense for us to continue to do those things and move forward without having a resolution and an agreement or an IGA or whatever it is going to be as soon as possible. And this is going to take time to develop land management strategies and the MOUs and all the agreements. And we are talking about trying to make our community safe next fire season. So I really urge you to think about the delays that are going to come here. Again, that we don't even have another meeting for 3 weeks. I don't know how long it's going to take the county to reach what you want to do. And then we're going to have to assess it, right? And our staff are going to have to work together again on a new type of agreement. I think the resolution is the first step. It does not obligate us on all these details that we've talked about today. Those can continue to be worked on between our staff and our bodies. So just really urge you to think about taking that step forward today. And just wanted to provide that information on it will cause a significant delay if this doesn't move forward today. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I do appreciate that one IGA has been sitting out there for a while, and I know we're going to be working together. And I don't know, it seems like the IGAs will solve some of the issues.
I'm not prepared to make a land use decision today.
Can our attorney make a record on that, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. Mary Winter, City Attorney. And I just want to say for the record, because I feel like if we ever move forward on the resolutions, I want to have the record from the city's perspective crystal clear that, as I said before, we do not believe that the resolutions that we proposed to the county is a land use decision. And I will say several times I've been at LUBA with resolutions that the city council have adopted on this exact issue, saying that, and prevailed, saying that they were, that resolutions adopted by different contexts, but resolutions adopted by the city council, they happen to be land watch appeals, but we're not land use decisions. So that is something that cities or counties have to defend sometimes when there's a governing body resolution, when there's an issue on whether it's a land use decision or not. I actually am kind of surprised that staff would take such a strong position when there's a city saying that we do not think this is a land use decision. I mean, that's what we said from the start. Same as our safe parking code. We say that is not safe. Safe parking is not land use. Many cities say that. So I just want to be really clear under House Bill 2006. We do not believe that the resolution in front of you is land use at all. So.
Well, I appreciate that you have worked under House Bill 2006 within the city of Bend, within the city's jurisdiction, a number of times where it is very clear what HB 2006 says. Outside of incorporated cities, it is much less clear what HB 2006 says. So.
Yeah, we do understand that, but we have also analyzed it in the county, and that's why we proposed it in the first place, that our reading of the statute and the history of that statute is that in the county as well, there is a really strong argument that it's not, and we understand that your county, and we've talked about this with as much as we could with your county council, that we think that it's not a land, that there is a tenable argument that it is not a land use decision.
And we have 3 attorneys that are consistently telling us that it is.
Yeah, we understand that. Yeah, so we've got 3 and 3.
I guess there's, one question I would pose to you is Can the city designate a temporary safe stay area on the city's property?
You mean
Without,
the
without
county
making,
section?
without doing this as a joint action.
Yeah, we think this is one that we need to work together on. That the entire premise of us working in the county on the city's property is one that we need to be working together on. I mean, it's
And
beyond the
and in terms-
technicalities of it being a land use decision, the funding, the fact that it's in the county, we do think that we need to be working with the county.
And in terms of service provision and co-investment, that is exactly what we've been talking about.
Yeah, through the IGAs.
In terms
Yeah.
of, in terms of a land use action, I feel like we are doing what we need to be doing on the county's 50 acres already. And
Can I ask Commissioner, sorry? I guess what would be good to clarify is, are we going to go forward with sort of the joint idea of working together that we had at our joint meeting? Or is the idea here, keep the status quo, but expect the city to clear out our side, which is what we talked about as part of our joint actions. And then people can come to where you are providing services, but we don't define it. We don't make a resolution. I'm not sure if council is comfortable with that, but I want to be clear if that's what the county is saying. And I agree with Mary, just do it yourself, city. That's not a solution. That's not what we committed to in that
Yeah.
meeting for the public. So just want to be clear so I can take that to my meeting tonight.
So that
what's
we-
coming out of.
Yeah, and I think the idea of just doing services and sanitation, part of what we talked about at the joint meeting and our view of the law is what the law allows, whether inside or outside of UGB, in our opinion, and we understand your county council views it differently, is vehicle camping. So the temporary safe stay area was a mechanism where people could vehicle camp and we could manage that. So I think what we talked about with the governing bodies is rather than have people spread out all over the place, we were hoping to have a managed area where the services could be provided with vehicle camping. And we understand that doesn't solve all the problems and people still want to be in tents, but in our legal opinion, that is what is legally allowed outside the UGB, is a place where services can be provided through vehicle camping. So that's what we talked about. That's what the resolution, that's why we think a resolution sets that framework for that to happen. And that's why we proposed it in the way that we did.
So I brought this concept to the regional solutions staff, so Amelia Porterfield and Xavier Borja. And also I'm going to be meeting with the governor on Friday with a couple of the Eastern Oregon County commissioners. And I've been really working on making sure there's backup to this. Obviously, we're stepping in to a little bit of a gray area, but having dates on there is so valuable because this is in response to something, to fix something, to work through our code enforcement case that's open so we can close it someday. So yeah, it just brings me right back to the beginning here. I do support this and I appreciate, if we could get to a support of this resolution today as a starting point. I mean, it's not a clear path, but we need to start somewhere.
It's definitely not clear. And then the fact from Chuck's comments, fewer than 20 of the campsites east of the railroad tracks on the city's property are comprised of vehicles that are undrivable or untowable. So, and we're talking about, yeah. So what we have out there and what we're, in the document, they don't fit.
I'm sorry, are you saying that Chuck Hemingway has reported the status of the vehicles and you're
Right. He just said, he said that they're mostly undrivable or untowable. He's been out there working a lot.
of our staff, and our staff knows everyone who's out there. And
Yeah,
so
but we just asked for numbers and I couldn't get any numbers.
we have 20 to 26 campsites. When this was written, it was around 20. The presentation we're hearing tonight is 20 to 26 campsites on our east side.
And how many people though?
Depends on how many people are at a campsite, right? Probably 1, 2, 3, depends. But I think, Commissioner, what we're asking is start this process with this resolution. The resolution is higher level. It does not need to dictate exactly what Chuck Hemingway or any other service provider I might add who might be interested does out there, right? It says, let's get going. Let's say, here's what's going on out there. And I support at finding about the code enforcement. And it says, we're going to work together in these ways. We're going to commit funding. We're going to put this deadline on it, and we're going to develop our IGAs and our MOUs to get the services on the ground. So I know that there's always worry about the details, but this is the starting point at the high level to get that moving forward.
Yes, the details. Jessica, did you have something you want to add? Can you come up to the front, please? And Christy, could you clarify, I wrote down the cost share, the county, the city was paying a third, or were we paying a third? City is paying a third? Yes, Jessica, you have a,
So is there an opportunity? So if we are not allowed to have tents and other immovable structures on the TSSA site, could we have that on the county site and designate the TSSA to be more of a vehicle camping and encourage folks that are already there that are in vehicles, if they need to move, to perhaps move that way? And if perhaps we're able to facilitate, I don't know if the compromise could include, you know, the folks that are maybe at China Hat needing to go to Juniper Ridge, if they're able to go to the TSSA or not. I don't know if the city of the Bend would be open to that. You know,
not according to this document. It said you have to be there now in order to stay there.
so if folks that are already at Juniper Ridge, whether they're on the east side or the west side, if they're interested in being on the city of Bend side, have it be folks that do have vehicles that are movable, so it is compliant with what they need, and then have the folks that are in tents and these other structures perhaps be on the county side. I would say the folks that are in tents and those other structures are perhaps more vulnerable as it is. And if we are already providing services on that side, perhaps we can focus on those folks first to help them into better housing situations.
I'm following all your logic on taking care of people. And I guess I would just say that I think we are getting into all kinds of land use fights if we formally say that people can do any kinds of camping in any of this area. Right now, the county does have a code compliance issue, but we don't have people bringing us to the Land Use Board of Appeals and telling us that we are interpreting House Bill 2006 wrong. So the uses that are happening on the 50 acres of county property currently, if we follow the same path that we have been following in terms of not officially trying to take make a land use decision, I am not sure. I don't necessarily anticipate us getting challenged on those current uses if we don't make a thing of it, if that makes sense.
Just seems as though the county is a little bit more flexible than maybe what the city of Bend is able to do. And so if we're focusing on,
No, we're not more flexible.
Breaking our own.
We're not more
violating
flexible.
the land.
We're not more flexible. We're just not taking a land use action.
We're like walking this, yes. And and this has gone on a long time with our code enforcement on ourselves.
thank you. Thank you for hearing me out. Just trying to include whatever capacity.
Thank
So
you.
as I said, it is a moment. We all did sit here in a joint meeting with the city of Bend, and this is the, what came out of it. And now there's no support. And I was asked indirectly a few times, am I going to support this? I think they thought I was going to be the wild card, and I'm enthusiastically supportive. And now we're not even taking action. It's a real shame.
I think the main thing that came out of our joint meeting was an agreement on joint service provision and joint investment in those services. And I am 100% ready to support that.
We've got to
And-
have the services. And I, at that meeting, had said, I don't know how many times that I thought 170 acres. If you're asking people to move off 1,000 acres, why are you still going only down to 170? It needed to be a lot smaller. Because then you'll be asking people to move again and again and again. So, yeah, that didn't make it into the document.
So I return to, to recommending that we ask staff to proceed as quickly as possible with the development of these IGAs with City of Bend staff, so that we can make these investments, get these services moving as fast as possible. And I don't think I have to make a motion.
Just provide direction and we can bring something back.
And then we need to look at what we're doing for fuels work there. Because whatever it is, we need to do more. Because that sounds.
Christie's putting her hand up.
Oh, Christy, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. For fiscal year 2025, we budgeted about $30,000 and we're out for informal requests for quotes. So once we get the
30,000 for
30,000.
Juniper cleanup.
Yes, exactly. Specifically to North Juniper Ridge area. And then we're also looking for grant money to complement that as well. So we have started down that road to do fire fuel mitigation there.
30,000 is like a drop.
It's actually, so unfortunately, because of the fire that occurred a few years ago, some of the property doesn't need to have fire fuel mitigation. So
We're just talking 50 acres.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So just wanted to share that with you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Christy. So we're looking for more funding then. All right, so staff, I'd like to know the date of the original cost share. When somebody finds it, I just wonder, it would have been nice if we could have implemented that a while ago.
So the board direction, or at least from two commissioners, is to bring back draft IGAs with the items that Commissioner Chang outlined.
Right.
The full suite of services that we agreed with the City of Bend that we were going to provide together.
The 4 touches, it's like 4 hours a day, 4 days a week consistently.
Staff will be happy to bring that back.
And then the security patrol, apparently that wasn't in the original, and somehow bring the original IGA so we can take a look at that. If you could send that to us.
Sure, be happy to.
Thank you. And if we can do something for China Hat people, if we have any room, that would be nice. Other items?
We've got a couple things. This is 2 pages of map. I got a call from Representative Benz's office saying that there was a request for a federal land transfer that Forest Services hasn't been able to support, but it's an aggregate resource at the base of Finley Butte. And the question is, would the county want to be the recipient of this land? It's co-located with an existing private operation, and that's the SM surface mine designation, privately owned. So it's just basically, do we want to get engaged with this process? Sounds like there could be a scenario where the county ends up with a piece of land, the title to it, and then to return it around for its highest and best use would be to put it on the open market. And I think there's just some transaction there, but I think there's a financial upside for the county also.
How much land is it?
40 acres is proposed. So this is just an estimated footprint, that blue square. So as I say, the request here is, do we support county response in, kind of defining the map, or, just being at the table for this discussion?
Typically with land transfers, the land, the fast track, or the faster track to moving land out of the federal domain is to transfer property for a public purpose. So it sounds like that there's a desire to get the county in the mix, so that you could say that the land is going to go to a public purpose through the county. But you know, and as long as there is an actual public purpose in the mix here, and we're not just trying to, you know, use the county to you know, move property from the federal ownership to somebody else's ownership. I'm open to this and interested in learning about what role the county would play in making sure that this land is used for a public purpose.
So yeah, this is just the beginning of the process. And I mean, the intention is an aggregate resource. So somebody's going to do something there and remove a resource. So, you know, as I say, the definition of public purpose may evolve here. I mean, I don't know what you're thinking, but
you know, there's
what it is the geology is known there. That's why this pops up. It's a rock shelf, can be ODOT certified. It's at the edge of the current facility, and if they can go farther, it's a low risk hard rock resource, and it's co-located real close to the city of La Pine. So as I say, I'm just acknowledging public purpose, and we'll learn about it. I don't have the answers that you're asking for today.
No, I mean, a public purpose, you know, that is, you know, that is of value to the community.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, a public purpose is a little bit narrower of a definition. And, you know, public purpose typically means that, you know, a public entity is using the land for something, or the resources for something. So
and as I say, I don't have the information today. It's just a starting point. You know, this just came. The concept is that there may be a land bill moving. So that was the message. So do we want to participate? And I'll just share it with my fellow commissioners.
Sounds like something to keep going, proceeding ahead with.
I mean, if we wanted to be able to get this land, transfer it to a private entity, then, you know, so that they could, operate an enterprise for profit off of this mineral resource, I think it might be better to pursue some other pathway for acquiring this property. Even, for example, a land exchange is a kind of, passes the red face test in terms of, you don't have to promise that you're going to use the land for a public purpose. You just have to offer something of equal or better value. This is an opportunity to mention that the county, we own a ton of really soggy land in the corridor of the Little Deschutes River that I doubt we're going to do anything useful with anytime in the near future. So, but important wetland and riparian land like that is actually of use to federal land management agency that's concerned about habitat and wildlife and all of those things. So, I mean, that would be a whole nother way to think about this. Is we don't have to kind of contrive a public purpose for this land. We could do some kind of an exchange, get the land, and then even sell it to a private entity that wants to extract those minerals. So then I'll just put that on the table as well.
Thank you. So it sounds like there's support. It's, as I say, at this point, maybe just responding to some emails and helping with definition of the map or something. Also, I don't know if we talked about this, but I thought about it a few times. We have our marijuana advisory committee, and in fact, we might have already done this. I'm just making sure. Is there support for asking the legislature to just ask us not to have that requirement anymore?
We did.
Yeah. So as I say, for legislative purposes, I just wanted to make sure that was on the list because, we've done it, we've acknowledged it and, respected that, but it's kind of a.
Finished long enough. I'm
With
sure.
all of the legislative priorities we have this year, that's not at the top of my list.
Well, I'm just asking for it to be on the list. I mean, did we do this or not?
We discussed it earlier. And I think there's
Because,
a lot of other priorities and it was a punishment and we haven't been punished long enough.
okay, so we're not asking for that.
No.
I think it could be a one-liner that could be put in this legislative session somewhere. So you don't even want to ask.
No.
The more things that are on our list, the less attention each of those things.
Okay, well, we'll have our staff have a meeting to talk about $100,000, how we're going to send it 4 different ways in the same percentages as we did the last 4 years, instead of asking the legislature to remove a line in requirements. So we could do other things. Amazing.
Anything else?
I'm going to go see the governor Friday. To say this is Eastern Oregon Commissioners. This is the 3rd time the same group's been able to be invited and sit down. So there'll be a lunchtime meeting with the governor, about 8 commissioners, Eastern Oregon counties. As I say, I was excited to bring a contentious gray area issue about taking action on unsanctioned homeless on our public lands, but we're not sure where that's going to go anymore. So I will be mentioning Core 3, whatever else. I mean, if you have something you want me to bring, please let me know.
I did want to ask while we're all together, how we think these interviews for the Lapine Park and Rec are going to work next week. I wasn't clear from the discussion whether we were going to do those publicly all together, or whether there was some kind of panel format, out of the public eye that was pictured. I would like to encourage us to consider doing this in a public setting, because people have the right to know who their potential district board members are going to be and what they
Supportive
think.
of that. Do one interview with all 3 of us.
Yeah.
Here?
I'm supposed to be in Clatsop County for this commissioner exchange Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I was trying to figure out whether I basically needed to come home on Tuesday night or whether I could do this by Zoom on Wednesday. But part of that depends on how much of the day it's going to take on Wednesday, which in turn depended on whether we were going to do it as panels or whether we were going to do it as all together or not.
Whitney's on her way down. She'll be down in just a moment. Join the discussion.
It's a good question. And because if it is going to be public, then I'm not sure why we couldn't do it via Zoom, because if it's a public meeting, the other thing we had talked about, and this isn't a typical interview panel format, but you could have the 3 of you on one side and you could interview 3 applicants at the same time. Here's a question and you go down the line and everybody answers the question. So you don't have to do one by one. If you have a big pool and you need to move through a lot of applicants quickly, we'll provide, and Whitney's here. So
Whitney, that was fast. Let's hope you didn't run down any stairs.
I don't want to put people, I don't want to make people feel like they're doing a debate either.
Yeah.
I may have missed a portion of that discussion as I was coming. So you can catch me up, but for the record, Whitney Hale, Deputy County Administrator. I think staff's, Brenda and I met yesterday and talked about a few options. I think we were planning to communicate with the board closer to the end of the week once we have a better sense of how many interested parties there might be. But one of the concepts that we had discussed was potentially holding the morning for the interview time outside of your meeting. That's certainly at your discretion. You could do interviews as a body if you wanted to, but then reserving potentially starting your Wednesday meeting in the afternoon so that you could come together and deliberate if that's something that you want to proceed with on Wednesday. So really at the discretion of the board, we could set up a schedule where we have more of a rotation, or you could meet as a group. But again, we wanted to kind of get a handle on how many folks we might have interest.
How many people have applied so far?
Hey, Brenda, about
20? 5. Okay, great.
Does that include the ones that came in through the board email before we formally opened it up? Or is that just since?
I'll cross-check this information I have, maybe in case there's somebody that sent me an email. I got a couple of people too.
Well, five applicants for 5 positions. That's
Oh,
that
let me see. Let's do the
doesn't-
math. Yeah.
that doesn't add up to much of a of a selection.
And I did do a plea yesterday on KSJJ that I was hoping some finance people would apply to be on the board, just to cross-reference with the executive director. Just to make things a little better than they have been in the past. So we'll see.
And Whitney, while you were making your way down, there was some discussion of whether we would interview people in a public format or in panels kind of sequentially. And I think there was a support from at least 2 board members to do it publicly.
Okay.
So that, to provide the transparency for the constituents of that district, they can see who might be appointed their board members and how they answer questions.
Okay, that sounds great. So Brendan, I can work on a process that accommodates for that. And then again, with additional communication coming to the board later this week, depending on with a schedule that flexes for how many applicants we may have. Does that sound?
Yeah.
Commissioner Chang, you'll be attending virtually, correct?
Maybe. I mean, basically if we were going to have a pretty big board meeting on Wednesday, I would just come home on Tuesday night. And if not, then Commissioner Thompson from Clatsop County has planned like a whole day on Wednesday. So if I can catch some of that, I would like to, but it really is driven by the agenda, how long the agenda is on Wednesday.
Does the board have a preference on where you'd like to be? We have a variety of ways we could do this. Do you have a preference, or would you like staff just to sort of?
Somewhere warm.
Okay.
And not intimidating.
Not outdoors.
And nothing like the fair interviews when Jeff was interviewed and there were like 25 people or 10 people, talking to the candidate.
Okay.
That was not warm.
So it'll be the 3 of us talking to candidates, but it'll be a
Right.
public meeting also.
Right.
But we won't have any
Somewhere
other
warm.
participation.
I think my thought was, would you prefer to be potentially in this room? Would you like to be individually at your desks? I just
Upstairs is nicer.
upstairs. Okay.
Yeah, that's a better room.
Board members to potential board members, it's nice not to be on the dais.
Yeah.
But
We've reserved.
So we'll just all be virtual is the proposal then.
I think we would just probably. Where there's a virtual option, but we would probably, it's at the board's discretion. We could do them all virtually, but we could also offer an in-person option for.
In person is so much better.
So we'll be in a room together and we'll have some people come virtual and some people in person.
Correct. And Commissioner Chang may be in the room or may be virtual. And it will be a warm location. So we'll get all those details ironed out and follow up with the board at the end of this week.
Sounds like you got it.
letters for everybody.
Great.
Okay.
And Nick just floated the idea of conceivably all the, like our batches being seated next to each other, and then you ask the one question and they go down the line and answer them.
Oh.
I expressed a worry that might feel like a debate format, but if it's only
Yeah,
5 people applying for 5 positions, then they don't have to feel like they're competing against each other.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
And mostly I was just thinking, if you have a lot of applicants in a short amount of time, how do you move through them? That's all I was thinking.
Right.
We were just starting to brainstorm what it might look like.
That's great. Brendan, I will continue to collaborate on this and get the board additional information this week. Thank you.
So Commissioner Chang, did you have anything else in?
That was the main thing I wanted to ask about. As stated, I'll be in Clatsop County for a couple of days next week.
Okay, so the Fair Association meeting on Monday night, they actually came up with the 2025 theme, barn boots and country roots. So, and they did have a couple of names for the Grand Marshal, but that has not been determined yet. And then yesterday we had the Firewise meeting and I asked Kevin about funding grant funding, and apparently we didn't get the grant funding, but it went to Discover Your Forest, something that we used to get in the past. So, anyway, I think those were the only things that I had to report on today. So, do we have anything else, Nick? Okay, so 4 o'clock, where are we upstairs in the Allen? Where are we at? Upstairs. Okay, 4 o'clock. All right. So 70 minutes. See you
It's like,
upstairs.
notification from Peter that EPA grant's not been approved.
It was denied or just not approved
Denied,
yet?
yeah.
What?
Denied.
It was denied. Oh, you're kidding.
So he's, yeah,
That was 2 o'clock.
didn't want to get ahead of Peter and.
It was
forward
Now, yeah, I just happened to.
that announcement. He said he will debrief with them and determine whether it's worthwhile for us to address any deficiencies and then to reapply because it is a rolling application process. So he will
Good.
continue to explore.
Oh, my God.
I just thought that was very newsworthy.
Well. Okay, 35 trillion and counting.
You know, I know that I know that I asked him about getting congressional backing, and that he said, well, that they didn't want congressional members of Congress involved, but I have to say that when you're dealing with federal funding, you know, federal grant sources, whether they say they want it or not,
Couldn't hurt.
it makes a big difference.
Yep.
So you know, if we're gonna go back and pursue that again, I think we need to do a full court press with our bipartisan congressional delegation.
I would say so. Okay, anything else? Adjourn the meeting then? Till upstairs at 4.